move. Watching you, and you come home with your shirt out your pants.
He's on TV. You gotta make sure he looks presentable for those watching at home.
There you go. Check over there to first base. Swing and a miss. That was a bullet down the pipe. Classic strike there. 2-1 the count. Looks for something here.
That's going to be hit to left field. Fouled out.
There you go.
As I said, this guy can hit the ball. He's not someone you want to sleep on in the batter's box. He can make you pay.
He was looking for that for the umpire to call fair ball. That would have been a 2-run shot. But umpire said no, foul ball. Just started diving once it got near the pole, and foul ball it is. 2-2 your count. I want to make that mistake again.
He lifts that one high again. Center fielder left field making a play on it. That's a good catch.
And
Bethel out there in left field for Columbus Isle.
2 outs. Terrible base running there by Austin. Ball that high in the air.
How is he still on first?
You're supposed to be tagging, and so the first base coach must have not had coffee because he's not alert over there. But yeah, we go to Mikhail Bethel. And Mikhail will step in. Mikhail is the left fielder today. Still on first base.
Also a pretty good hitter for Grand
Austin.
Bahama. We saw where he had that triple yesterday.
Hit a rocket down the line in the gap. And it was moving. They're playing him deep to left field.
I think they've gotten to know some of the batters from Grand Bahama at this point. Those who can really put the ball out there and make you pay if you throw them the right pitch. That one is called a strike.
1-1 your count. And Mikhail Bethel. The winner of this game goes on to play Eleuthera this afternoon.
That is
to the right side. First baseman coming, and he's coming.
Juno Bean.
There you go.
This guy. Great catch by Mr. Bain to retire the side, and Grand Bahama only able to score 1 as we move to the top of the second inning. There's the pop fly. First baseman Juno Bean catching it and getting to the dugout. Columbus Isle coming up to put some more scores on the board to see if that can happen.
There you go. It's a 4-1 ball game. We've got a break coming. We'll be back here to the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium after this timeout. Welcome back, everybody, as we are now into the second inning, the top part of it, and it's a 4-1 advantage for Columbus Isle, and your batter is now the DH, and that's Mr. McPhee, who also has scored so far for the day. Let's see what he does here as his second appearance to the plate. He is taking on Courtney Meadows, who had a dismal first inning, but now this one's going to be hit into left center field. That's going to be a base hit for Mr. McPhee. So Courtney took a little something off of that, and McPhee was waiting. And with a quick wrist, this basically turned on it, and boom, and there it is, out into left field. That's going to be the first runner here at the top of the second. We now go to Perez Burrows.
Columbus are coming out swinging since the start of this game. They want this. They want this game. They want to move on to that bronze medal round and make some things happen for their team. As you can see, they're being very aggressive in the batter's box.
And also on the bases, first pitch, and very quickly, just like that, McPhee just took off running. And so he's a threat also here at third base. Don't put nothing beside him as well. That one's down in the dirt.
He's gone.
And he slid by the base.
What a play.
And at the plate, and he's going to be out.
You know, we talked about the sliding. Most of these runners are sliding, but they're sliding past the bag. And I like what he did just now. He noticed that he was past the bag, and he got up and took off running. Okay, like, hey, I passed it. Let me just go.
Yeah, he was nowhere in land once he hit the bag and couldn't hold on to it. And again, that's how this turf reacts. And so he just said, let me just get up and make the best of it. And got caught up, and he is out number one. So ran himself right out of the game in terms of the inning, that is. And now Burrows has got 2 balls on him. There's 2 balls in the one high and another one in the dirt.
A great throw by Ryan Knott, as he talked about the catcher for Grand Bahama. Although he was slow to react on getting the ball, he was still able to get it down the third base line in a quick.
3 balls on Mr. Burrows. That's a strike.
He thought that one was the ball. Umpire said,
come back here. Where you going? Where you going, buddy? Get in here. 3 balls and a strike. That's going to be outside, and so the free pass given up there. So Mr. Meadows gives up a pass, and the catcher will go out and have a conversation with them. So a walk.
That's his,
for Mr. Perez.
Burrows' 3rd walk of the game.
Now you end up going to Mr. Brista, who is your center fielder, Najee.
And those are the things you want to do as a team who's trying to get to another round. You want to limit the walks. You want to limit the amount of persons on the bases. Make them swing.
That's
it. Make them hit the ball. Make them hit it in play.
Takes a strike.
Barbara Saint going out there to have a word with Courtney Meadows.
And they're going to have a conversation up here. And I think what they're looking at is they're trying to see what they want.
I think Saint was calling for a certain pitch, and Meadows gnawed him off. And Saint didn't like that.
Nope.
He didn't like it. He came out and called for a time, and it looks as though he's about to pull him.
Yes, he is.
He is.
Yeah, so he's going to be... So... Meadows is pulled.
Walking off the field. He is not happy about that.
So 16 is in the game. There's just Caden Bethel. Caden Bethel.
That's what it was. Orville Saint was calling for a certain play, and Meadows nodded him off, and Orville took him out of the game.
Take him out of the game just like that, very quickly.
And as the coach, you know what you want. You know how you want the game to be played, and as the player, and you have to respect it.
Yep. And plus, too, you're also setting your defense. So by setting your defense, you take your defense out of position. You know, you want a certain pitch, and you're turning around and you're not giving him what he wants and setting some things up. And so that, too, becomes an issue. And trust me, there's going to be some conversation over there in the dugout. But you make the call in order to keep advancing in the tournament. Every pitch is essential, and every run is highly important here. And so remember now that very quickly in the first inning, Bethel got up and started getting loose because of the control problem that Meadows was having in the first inning. And so now the catcher will in turn have a conversation to just make sure that these guys are on the same page. And Mr. Brista Najee is in the box, and on first base by virtue of a free pass is Perez Burrows.
That one on the inside.
It's a ball. Brista got a walk in the first inning. Step off the mound. Looked over. Didn't like what he saw, sorry. Mr. Bethel.
Runner goes. That one hit to the left side. Foul ball. I don't think you want to put it back there.
No.
Don't put it back there.
And on that play, running on the play of Perez Burrows, they didn't hold the runner, and so he just took off and just started screaming and rolling. Had the base stolen, but I guess that pitch was so sweet that Bristol could not turn it down. That's going to be down 2-2. 2-2 in a sunny morning here. Day 5 of baseball here at the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium. It's a 4-1 game in favor of Columbus out here in the top of the second inning. Ball grounded foul, so it's still a 2-2 count.
Caden pitched in the game yesterday for Grand Bahama. This is a pitcher with a lot of control, a lot of speed behind the pitch, and he'll be looking to make some things happen for Grand Bahama.
That one also is fouled off.
I think we're going to see the ball put into play quite a lot because this guy has pretty good control on it, and Columbus has been a pretty good hitting team thus far in this game. They're coming out swinging and being aggressive in the box.
Well, they know that they want to make something happen. And let's see, they're going to call time for the runner at first base. He's going to have to get those laces tied. There you go, they're tied. Let's see what happened here. They're going to call him safe. On that one, he started to run, but turned around and got back very quickly.
You know, I talk about it a lot because of what I've seen, but this catcher, Ryan Nottage, is not the guy that you want to steal on. And that one is hit high into left field. That's
going back to left field. They're going back, and he makes the catch.
There. Second base. Great catch by Mikel Bethel in left field to get the out. Throw the run to the ball to first base to try and get the runner on the tag. But that didn't happen, and so he advances to second.
2 outs, though. Ill-advised throw there by the shortstop who was getting the relay. because going back to first base very quickly was Burrows. Burrows is already back, and so that one got wild, but they'll still give him second base on the throw to first. And 2 gone, and that now brings up Janelle Bain. The guy got the last out for Columbus Isle.
Knocks that one up.
And that one got down, so the runner will move over to third base. Let me tell you, Perez Burrows stayed down. He's been doing a lot of running. He's been doing a lot of running. He's kneeling down there on first base.
Now on third base.
And looking for a little bit of water, anything to try and get him hydrated. Let me tell you, he's been running from first to second base about 4 times.
Maybe 90 degrees out there now, playing out there on this turf. We can see the heat rising from it from where we're sitting. And so they're playing out there. So, staying hydrated is key.
10:30 in the morning as well. That should tell you this is going to be interesting. Popped up into the air. Shortstop looking for it. And they'll get the out.
Kanaj Austin making the play for Grand Bahama, catching the pop fly to retire the side for them. And they will come back to the box to see if they can make some things happen.
No runs on a hit there, and they leave 1 on base. So 2 hits so far right there for Columbus Isle, and they still lead this one 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the inning. And Brent Burrows, Devin Mackey, and also Ernie Barr will come up. And so we're seeing now that the game is now slowed down tremendously compared to what we saw earlier. We saw the decision to pull Courtney Meadows. Then Bethel came into the game and got out of that one. And so the whole attempt there's the Columbus Isle dugout. These guys sitting on a 4-1 advantage. And so they're going to keep hydrating. Guys go there drinking a whole lot of water. And over on the other side, the fun part here is that the Grand Bahama team is exposed to the element, to the sun. Whereas for the Columbus Isle, they've got a bit of shade here.
A little bit of shade.
And the shade doesn't help any. It doesn't help any at all.
The Grand Bahama having a little huddle just a moment ago. Talking to each other, letting each player know that it's time to get some runs. They want this game.
I tell you. So you can see a score there, 4-1. A great shot from center field. We're showing there that Columbus Isle has some 2 hits in the ball game. They've left on base some 4 batters. As for Grand Bahama, they've got 1 hit so far in this one as well. Well, yep, 1 hit. 2 hits, sorry. 2 hits in the game. I want to make sure we end up getting that right. 2 hits, Keno, 2 hits.
Absolutely. We also want to say hello to all of those that are viewing us on television and via stream. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're pulling for. This one is Grand Bahama and Columbus Isle. The winner of this will advance to the bronze round to take on Eleuthera. Mm-hmm. The winner of that will take on New Providence, who's been sitting quite comfortably throughout this tournament. We got an opportunity to see them play yesterday, and New Providence has been the team to beat throughout this entire thing.
Home field advantage. They know this turf like crazy. They know exactly how to run on it. We watch everybody here that's come into play on this turf keep sliding by the bags, whereas the Providence kids, they hit the turf and slide right to the bag,
and then
get it running again.
They start sliding from the middle.
They just know how to play on this stuff. There we go. Here's your batter, and this is none other than Mr.
Brent
Burrows, who can hit the ball, just waiting on his turn. And this is a golden opportunity here for him in the second inning. This is the bottom of the second. That's going to be a little high. 2 balls. Brown doing the pitching here for Columbus Isles. That one looks good.
Says 3 balls.
Says high.
Okay.
So, what a difference a day make in the umpires. Heary. That's a strike yesterday.
And Burrows will head to first base.
Yep. We're not going to pinpoint any umpire, but yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, that would have been a strike. That would have been 2 strikes and someone's been going to the dugout. You would have been hacking to try to stay alive. Devon Mackey, but now come to the plate. Double play in action here for Columbus Isle. Devontae Brown giving up a walk there. 2 walks for him so far. He's given up here. Not bad so far from the defensive stand. 4-1. Each team scoring in the first inning. Columbus Isle scoring 4 runs in the first and 1 run for Grand Bahama. Here they are in the second. They've got a runner on first base. Devon Mackey is there, and Ernie Barr sits on the on-deck circle. A lot of excitement here in the first inning. Things have slowed down tremendously here as we now in the bottom of the second. That's a high ball. So I don't know what's going on with Devontae Brown, but he's thrown 4 consecutive high balls just now. He needs to bend that back and bring it down. Runner on first base. That's it.
That's your strike.
But he changed it, took a little something off it, and bring it down. He wanted to really just blow this one by Mackey and maybe see if he will chase it.
That is also called a strike on the inside.
Yeah. 1-2. Bottom of the second.
That was a good pitch. I would have taken a hack at that one.
Absolutely. On first base is Brent Burrows.
That
Shot
one hit to the left side.
And he's out. He has to throw back to first base.
Won't get
Not
there
in time.
in time.
Let me tell you something.
Great.
This kid out there in the left field, Ramiko Butler, has an
Basil.
arm.
He does. Almost got the runner.
He has got a cannon. He can throw that one from left field all the way to first base on a line.
That is a great throw.
So Ernie Barr now comes up. I tell you, and also Brett Burrows had a good jump on that one as well. Ernie Barr takes one up high. One ball on Ernie.
Runner gone. Not enough to get the throw off. So Burrows
with a stolen base.
And that's what you want to do when you're playing from behind. Be aggressive on the
bases.
Get in scoring position.
Ernie Barr.
Good
Fouled
swing.
away.
That's fouled off.
They're playing him shallow on the right side, and which means that the coaching staff has done a lot of scouting and knowing where these guys like to hit. That right side is where
it's pretty much
Ernie likes to go in any event. If he can get it in the gap there.
There it goes to this hit to the second baseman who played for the bounce to get Ernie on first base. 2 outs now.
But moving over to third base will be Brent Burrows. We now end up going to Mr. Russell.
Denard Russell needs to put the ball in play to get Burrows home from third base, and they can get some scores on the board. That is a pop fly lifted high to the shortstop who was calling for it, and he makes the catch. That is Stephen McKenzie.
3 outs, and they end up leaving one on base again, so they've stranded 2 runs so far at Grand Bahama. A walk the fielder's choice for the first out, 4-3, and then pop up to the shortstop, and we've completed 2 innings of play. Still a 4-1 ball game. It can go either way. Eleuthera sitting there and standing by, waiting for the winner. This one, the loser will have an opportunity to become a spectator. We'll be back to the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium in just a sec. Welcome back, everybody, as we now quickly move now to the top of the 3rd inning, and this is going to be for Columbus Isle. The catcher in Richard Martin hit by a pitch, and he comes up hacking. It's a 4-1 game. Wonderful day for baseball. The tradition for ball games in the country continues. I'll explain that in a minute.
I don't know what happened just now, but suddenly all of the breeze just disappeared and the sun came out even brighter. So they're playing in a different level of heat at this moment.
Absolutely. We can't get away from that. Swing and a miss, and that's going to be a strike.
So 2 strikes now for Richard Martin. He came out swinging, and that's what Columbus Isle has been doing since the start of this game. They're not taking anything. They're swinging if it looks good, and they're making Grand Bahama pay. That's a hit up center field.
And a
Ryan
long out.
Ryan Nottage out there making the play.
That's a very long out there. As I stated, folks, the tradition of ballparks continues. Before this game, early this morning, as we were setting up, I did my regular walk around and see who was in attendance. And my 2 pot cakes are in attendance. They were underneath the truck. That told me right then and there, this one's going to be a scorcher. Everybody's got a pot cake at their ballpark. We now go to Mr. Chad Cumberbatch, who was at the plate. He also with a walk in the 1st inning. Everyone's got them. We have them all throughout the country. I had an opportunity to go down in Palmetto Point and walk around the ballpark with the kids playing, and they've got one down there. And so everyone's got their own little friends who give you a pretty good indication what happens and out here. And this one, that's going to be a ball.
Hey, the pets for the Bahamas.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Remember the dog Amigo? World-recognized pot cake. That one's going to be wild. That's going to be a wild pitch.
Caden Bethel looking to send this batter back to the dugout. But now we've reached that third inning where...
Swing and a miss. Got underneath that one.
Throughout this tournament, we've seen where pitchers have been struggling to get past that third and fourth inning without giving up much walks. And so Caden, we'll see what he does. That's a swing and a miss to get him,
struck him out.
Back in the dugout.
That's 2 outs here. There you go. And somebody heard my cry this morning in terms of the games, and so the schedules have now been amended for the afternoon. The bronze medal game has been moved down an hour rather than playing at 1 o'clock. That'll now be played at 2 o'clock this afternoon. In Luthra will wait for the winner of this game because physically you want to give some kind of relief to the players, and so they'll get a break before they go back to play again. Ramiko Butler is at the plate. Swing and a miss. Had a walk his first time at bat. Has got a pretty good arm out there in left field as well. Kid can throw.
Absolutely, and as you see, he's coming up there, being aggressive in the box, not taking anything close.
That one's going to be a little bit on the inside there.
Kid also has good eyes.
Yeah.
I think I would have taken a look at
Hold
that
on,
one.
Wait. You ready for contact? This kid is sitting out there in the heat, man. That one's going to be down. 3 balls, 1 strike there on Ramiko Butler, your left fielder. Got good eyes out there. And to make sure it happens. Gold and silver now. They're telling me that that's been now pushed back to 6 o'clock. And then 8 p.m. on the schedule as well. That's a walk.
So Bethel will walk for the second time of the game.
Game 19 is going to be interesting. Winner of 19, loser of 19, trying to figure this one out.
Charlton Ferguson, there you have a little smack talking by 2 coaches from both sides.
Going back now, and we've got Charlton Ferguson.
That's one thing we've seen throughout this series and tournament, just the trash talking.
Plenty of that.
From players and coaches.
Yep, and fans.
And fans
talking
as well.
Smack.
And fans as well.
Talking smack.
That one is high, and Ryan Nottage unable to make the throw. That one goes into center field, and Bethel will make them pay the throw to third. Umpire says he's safe.
Thought he had him.
It looked pretty close. It looked pretty close. And Orville St. telling third baseman.
That's a good throw from center field.
There's it. Look at it again.
Oh, yeah, he's
definitely in there. He was in there.
Yeah, he's in there. Umpire right on the play, watching the tag. And so now you go back to the batter and Mr. Charlton Ferguson. Down and away, that's going to be a ball. Umpire behind the plate.
So here you have it now. Grand Bahama playing for 1. Now with the runner on the third. And they don't want this run to come home.
And that's a foul ball. Ferguson just stayed alive there on that outside pitch. He just threw the bat out there on it. Would have been given a free pass. But no. And over there is Butler. Caden Bethel doing the pitching.
That's a good pitch to be fouled off.
There you go, into the stands. Oh, there is Mr. Butler. Great heads up running. Able to go into second base with a stolen base, and a wild throw. Was able to come all the way to third, and 2 outs. And the count here on Mr. Chatham Ferguson, 2-2.
That one's on the outside.
3-2.
Ball.
And sitting in the on-deck circle is your leadoff batter in Stephen McKenzie, who's already had a base hit in this ball game. Chatham got a walk in the first.
That one hit to shortstop.
The field, the throw, and got him.
Naj Austin for Grand Bahama fielding that one and making the throw over to first base to bring Grand Bahama back in the box.
I tell you, one thing about these guys playing shortstop, listen, you know, you want to be smooth with the transition, but that patting of the glove, that 1, 2, 3 patting of the glove could be detrimental, and then you end up throwing the ball away. Yeah, okay. If you're making $7.95 million and you're playing in the MLB, yeah, you could get away with it because you've got that kind of an arm, but no. Get the ball to first base. You want to get out of this thing. And we saw last night in a couple occasions where that same patting caused some problems for our batters last night, especially in that New Providence game and in Andros earlier yesterday, and they paid the price for it. And Columbus Isle defeating Michael yesterday 13-0, and there Grand Bahama also defeating Andros 13-0. So these guys have the opportunity to score runs, but here we are, 4-1 now, going to the bottom of the third inning as the time is now beginning to fly. Still in the game is Devontae Brown, who's doing the pitching for Columbus Isles, and Rashard Martin is behind the plate. So far, we've seen limited hitting now as we had the starter, Courtney Meadows, who simply ran into control problems and giving up some 3 hits in the first inning, and also turned around and gave up 5 walks as well. Not a good start, got pulled, and now we have Mr. Caden Bethel, who is in the game, and so far he's been able to at least hold some kind of balance as far as the batters here. And now we get ready to go to the bottom of the third inning, and Ashley Poitier will come to the plate. Ashley with a base hit. He's now got his hands full. As you now see that you're now midway in the ball game. They're going to go 6 innings or again the 2 hours. And here we are 1 hour into this one, halfway. Interesting enough, we'll see how this one plays out.
Absolutely. Ashley with a single during his first at bat and a stolen base so far. He hit one up to the pitcher and was able to beat the throw to first. The guy that's slid. Great heads up running, so we know that he can be a dangerous one on the bases, and he'll be looking to bring in that second run for Grand Bahama as he lead things off in the bottom of the third inning.
Michael setting their defense. They're going to play him shallow and playing Ashley to pull it to the right side of the field. Lays down the bunt. Field by the pitcher, and they got him. 1 out.
And one thing about bunting, you have to be able to put it in a position to make the infield
away,
work, and you can get away. But to put it right back to the pitcher, it's not what you want to do.
Nope. And playing on this carpet.
And the bounce.
Yeah, it's like playing with a tennis ball.
Yeah.
And that one bounce stayed up. It didn't have much work to do for the pitcher, Mr. Brown. He's just able to get it there. Now we end up going to Trent Thomas. So Devontae didn't have to move. Just staying right there on the mound and field it. Good flip to first base, and we've got our first out. Trent Thomas, your batter, base hit out there to left center. Take that one down and away.
Count now 1-1 on Thomas.
Second appearance. Needs to drive one here. Brown. High curveball.
High curveball. He told his coach, "That was me. That was me." Yeah, I like what I saw just now.
Yeah.
I took my chances with it.
Devontae, let's see what he has here. What he's going to use.
That curve
On
ball.
the third base line.
To the third base
Good
side.
field, the throw. And he's going to be safe. So that's a base hit there. Because he's able to leg that one out. And over there at third base, it looks as if Perez Burrows needs a little time here to catch himself. He was in an awkward position. Remember now, this is the kid who's been running all those bases every time he tried to go to second base, so he was winded and took some water. And he is still not quite himself right now. So stepping off is going to be Dante Brown. He'll step off and give his third baseman a chance here to catch his breath. And now we go to Mr. Austin, who will see if he can advance the runner. Trent Thomas on first base.
That is a swing and a miss. Austin walked his last time at bat. And speaking of third base, if they win this game, it's a pretty long day for them, and so he's going to need to get some rest after this and probably get off of that that left leg, which he's favoring at this moment.
Yeah, really. And he went down on it, and the surface is kind of unique when you hit it with your knee. They go back for the pickoff. No, nothing there. 4-1, folks. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Elimination Tuesday here. Winner moves on to the bronze game later on this afternoon. That's going to be hit down the line. And yeah, see, that left leg is going to create a problem. They're going to have to do something with that. I don't know how it's going to work, but for defensive purposes, Perez Burrows, it doesn't want to come out of the game. And then keep in mind, too, that Columbus Isle is also as limited in terms of the players they've got left. Absolutely. Because of the number of games that they played. And some of these guys already all banged up. And seeing how they can work there. Austin, foul that one off.
That one is looking good.
That
Got
one
him on that
right
curve.
There. And he's gone. 2 outs. Austin sat up there. That's a pretty strikeout.
It was.
Absolute pretty strikeout. There you go. High ball, but the umpire called it. But you know you got 2 strikes on you, so you got to protect the plate. You cannot be looking. Anything close, you need to be hacking.
That'll bring up Mr. Nottage, Ryan Nottage for Grand Bahama, who is the cleanup batter. He's a pretty good hitter. And we'll see what he does at this appearance.
Yeah, flied one to left field for his first appearance. Put some good wood on the bat, on the ball. That's a strike. As soon as it left his hand, we knew that one was going to be a strike. So 2 strikes now on Ryan Nottage. Grand Bahama looking here to see if they are able to
and when you're batting
offensively
cleanup,
moving.
The team kind of looks at you to make some things happen for them, especially when you're one of the big batters on the team. You know, they're depending on you especially when they're playing from behind. They depend on the big batters to come around for them. And that's what he needs to do at this appearance. Mm-hmm. As we're now in the bottom of the third inning.
2 strikes on him. Protect the plate at all costs.
Runner gone. Trent Thomas will get the base on second.
Stolen base. Count now goes to 2-2 on Mr. Ryan Nottage.
Lots of noise coming from both sides. Players are very much into this game. It's still anyone's game at this point, and he swung at the inside pitch, and got him on first base.
Unbelievable. Ryan Nodded swung at that and got away, and a little flick to first base. And so there you have it, folks. We have completed 3 innings of play. It's still a 4-1 game. 4 runs by Columbus Island. The first 1 run by Grand Bahama in the first. Nothing else has happened since then. 4-1 is our score. We've completed 3 innings of play. When we come back, we'll go to the top of the 4th. Columbus Isles in the driver's seat and looking for some more. We'll be back to the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium after this quick timeout. Welcome back, everybody, as we now move to the top of the 4th inning. And your batters coming up for Columbus Owl with a 4-1 advantage will be Stephen McKenzie, Mr. McPhee, and then Perez Burrows in that order. And they are looking to tack on some more runs in this one. Columbus Owls up 4-1 here as we now move to the 4th. Base hit in the first inning for Stephen McKenzie, his 2nd appearance here in the ballgame.
Caden Bethel still holding on for Grand Bahama, and I want to make mention that this is the guy that has thrown the entire game yesterday, and they brought him back in today to pitch Columbus Island. So we don't know if that is having an impact on him, but he's still holding on for this team and trying to make some things happen on the mound as we now move into the 4th inning.
2 strikes now on Mr. McKenzie, a.k.a. Doogie. Outside, that's a ball.
And this is the inning where they need to shut out and close out very quickly. If they don't, that can be detrimental for them, as we are now in the 4th. And this is where we see games decide. We haven't seen much late rallies coming from the later innings where teams were able to come from behind and win. And so Grand Bahama needs to make something happen on defense and when they get back in the batter's box.
Yep, 2-2 on Doogie.
Good curveball, but not enough for a strike.
Nothing there at all. Up a little bit high. Needs to bring it down somewhat. Now the wind's back up again. There you go. We can see the flag. There's no flag in center field, but there's one over the first base dugout that has a little bit of movement coming from the southwest.
That's a hit to shortstop. He makes the catch. Can he make the throw? Got him. Great play there. That's Kanaj Austin throwing over to Janaj Russell.
McKenzie is down. McKenzie is down. He's over there in the corner. Boy, he hit that bag, and he immediately went down. Here's it. Oh, yeah, he got tripped up a little bit as the tag was made. And so he is over there in the corner. So that's going to be trouble right there. Remember now, he's playing shortstop for Columbus Isle, and already limping is Perez Burrows, who is playing third base. Okay, so
that
he'll
can
get
be
up.
A major problem for them on the left side if they're not able to.
See, he's hobbling now and trying to make his way back to the dugout. That was going to be another issue. Okay, and there you go. He tagged him on the foot, and so that threw him off. And you can see them limping that left leg. So now that's two left leg issues. Perez has a left leg injury, and now you got McKenzie.
The medics are now attending to him.
Double check that leg.
She told him just now to sit down, don't walk.
And so he's out for out number one here in the fourth inning. And now we go to McPhee, who's the DH. On the on-deck circle is Perez Burrows. Fielder's choice for McPhee in the first inning, and a base hit in the second. This is his third appearance now. He's 2 for 2. And he has a pretty good wrist there too. One ball, two strikes, 4-1 here in the top of the fourth inning. Columbus Isle leading Grand Bahama. Concerns with some injuries. Outside. Count goes to 2-2. That one outside. Let's see what the delivery is like here in this one. No, that's going to be down in the dirt. So count's full, 3 balls, 2 strikes to Raj McPhee. And he gets the free pass. That's a walk. So he'll go down to first base. Coming to the plate now is going to be Perez Burrows, who's playing third base.
This is your third baseman here.
There you go. He was favoring that left leg also on that left side, so he's a bit gimpy.
And just looking at him walk to the batter's box, you can tell that he's a bit winded. These guys playing now for 4 innings.
Yeah. Runner on first base. Going to be outside. That's going to be a ball. Also, for information's sake, McKenzie is still over there on the first base side, and he's receiving medical attention right now. That left leg is giving him some issues. Will he be able to return? That's going to be a big question. Hit to the shortstop, throw to second base. They get one. The throw not in time, and they'll get one out of the play. And hitting into a fielder's choice was Mr. Burrows, and able to get down to first base. 6-4, the out at second base. Developed a little slow as far as the double play. 2 outs gone here, and now we end up going to Maji Umbrista. So Najee comes in, and Najee also, so far, with a walk and also fly to left field. Hobbling back to the bag is going to be Perez Burrows. Caden Bethel doing the pitching for Grand Bahama. That's a strike. 4-1 our game. Top of the fourth. Columbus Isle sitting on a 3-run cushion. That's going to be popped up. Second baseman calling for it. First baseman, that is, and they'll get the out, and that's going to be 3. And so now the big question is, what is the medical condition here of the shortstop, Stephen McKenzie, who is still over there getting some medical attention? Oh, he's going to come back in the game.
That's the spirit. I mean, these guys have played for 5 days now, and now at the last day of this thing, they're showing their heart, they're showing their love for the game, despite having some bumps and bruises and some minor, maybe injuries. They're not coming out of the game. They want to make sure and see this thing through to the very end. If they go down, they go down. But if we go, we're going to go together.
There you go. And so he'll come back onto the field. There's the Grand Bahama dugout. They're in a hold, three runs down. They need to rally. And right now Columbus Isles is saying, well, we just need to stay together as a team and see if we can make something happen. Mikael Bethel will come to the plate. And then Brent Burrows and also Mr. Mackey will follow. And so the work now is on Grand Bahama. The defense of Columbus Isle now just have to make something happen. We can tell you straight and plain that Devontae Brown has been doing pretty good so far and able to just hold Grand Bahama to 1 run, and he's gotten the start. He actually has been the catcher for the Columbus Isle team consistently, and we watch him every time he took that headgear off. His glasses goes one way, the gear goes the next, and he's looking for the ball. But now he's got the awesome task of pitching here for Columbus Isle and going from there. We've been informed now that the game that would have been for 1 o'clock, the organizers, with a bit of compassion for the players, and I believe because of the medical team advising them due to the heat scenario, to give these young men an opportunity to take a break. So they will break and they will play that game at 3 o'clock this afternoon rather than playing it at 1 o'clock.
Medical team, as well as you're wearing a singlet early this morning.
Oh, yeah. I was going to come out on this. I was coming out bareback. They joking. That singlet was hot. And the shirt was hot. That's a strike. That's going to be given to Mikael Bethel.
Mikael Bethel, one of the better hitters on this team, will look to get things started for Grand Bahama here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And this is where they need to rally to make something happen as they're down 3 runs.
That one got away. Let me tell you, buddy, I messaged the wife that I may have to take my shirt off. She said, don't do it. Don't do it, Ricardo. Don't do it. That's going to be a pass ball, and it's going to 1-1. Here we go. We're in the 4th inning, and that one is going to be on the outside. The umpire didn't like that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. 4-1, bottom of the 4th. Time running out for Grand Bahama, and time advantage for Columbus Isle with a 4-1 advantage. Looking to get out of the 4th inning, and 2 innings to go. Fastball, that's high.
But going back to that left side for Columbus Isle, where we have the 3rd baseman, we have Perez Burrows, and shortstop Stephen McKenzie, both players who've been favoring some foot injuries or
left
leg injuries that's been bothering them since the start of this game. It'll be interesting to see what happens if a ball is hit down the left side. Is it a weak side at this moment, or can they still manage to make the play?
That's going to be a very good question, but you know, it all comes down to heart.
Who wants
the
it
heart
more?
of a ball player. Who wants it more? And that's been one of the key components of all sports, is having the heart in order to go out there and continually fight. 3-2 the count. Bethel.
That is hit to the shortstop, right to his glove.
There you go, fly ball out there, and that's going to be out number 1.
Shot.
Yeah, he hit
Johnny Brister out
he
there.
hit that.
Certainly did.
Yeah, he hit that one. He really got all of that.
And that has been one of the major problems for Mikel Bethel throughout this tournament. He's been hitting the ball.
But to someone.
But to someone.
That's it. It's not in the gap anywhere. And going from there. Okay, Brent Burrows comes up. Brent Burrows, and good defense there for Columbus. Levante Brown. There's pitch. That's going to be inside, says the umpire, and that'll be ball 1. Columbus wanted that strike, but they didn't get it. Catcher tried to pull it back, but no, it wasn't there. High. That's going to be 1-1. Bottom of the 4th. 4-1 our game. Elimination game for the winner here to advance to the bronze medal game. Later on this afternoon, the loser will get the bronze. The winner will move on to play New Providence. Play Luther, sorry.
Luther?
Yeah, they play Luther with a bronze medal, and then after that, the winner from there will move on to play New Providence for the gold. And then after that, we will wait and see what the organizers put together.
Was hoping to get to see the game, the final game, under the lights.
That's what we were hoping for. So we'd have a very good fan base, but unable to get that done. We still have some folks who's working behind the scenes to see if they could coerce the coordinators and the organizers of the tournament, which is the Bahamas Baseball Association, to think about the fans that have been consistently coming to the ballpark to support the baseball section of the Bahamas games, and the fact that many folks are at work right now.
Right.
And for those at work who have the computers on and streaming and not doing your job, we thank you for staying with us.
Yeah, at least you're tuning in.
We're not going to tell the boss.
No. Secret is safe.
There you go. You're going to be okay. Devon Mackey comes up to the plate.
That's a swing
Mackey
and a miss.
Takes a good swing at that. Nothing there for him. Again, 1 out. Fly ball by Bethel out there to center field. A walk. Brent Burrows on first base, and now Devon Mackey, who fly to left field, his first time up. This is his second appearance here in the elimination game.
Runner gone, the throw to second, and he will get that back. Stolen base for Brent Burrows.
So Mackey moves in there and see what he can do here. Mackey trying to get on base, see what he can do.
And second baseman going to that bag, and runner gone again. The throw was just a bit too high. And Perez Burrows unable to get the tag.
That's it, another stolen base there. So Brent has now put himself in scoring position again, as he was in the second, and died there on third base as the team unable to move him around. Here is Devontae Brown.
Wow.
That's a strike.
That is a beautiful pitch and got him looking. I think he looked at the umpire, but even he knew that was a strike.
Yeah. You know, it registered his brain a little late. Like, oh yeah, that's a strike. Okay, yeah, umpire. Okay. Yeah, my bad, man. My bad. Good call. Here we go. Ernie Baugh. 2 outs here. Runner on third base. Bottom of the 4th inning. High ball. Devontae Brown doing the pitching here for Columbus Isles.
And Ernie needs to make something happen for Grand Bahama at this moment. Burrows needs to get home, and they need to get this run in. Don't want to retire the side again with another runner on base. That one is hit to the right side. That will drop for foul ball. He will get another attempt in the box.
And the whole defensive scheme here for Columbus Isles is that they have actually shifted the entire defensive set to the right side. They're playing Ernie Barr, second baseman, right in the middle there. He's going to be in that gap.
And it just shows that they have done their homework and they've taken their time to watch the teams and watch how they play and understand how to play every batter. And it's proving quite well for them as they're now up in this game.
There you go. And that one's going to be down and out. And so good stop there by the catcher, Rashad Martin, for Columbus Isle. There's a good shot at Brown. Looking to get by Barr and then move to the fifth inning.
That one
hits into right field. Right fielder right underneath it. Yes, and he gets the catch.
And that is as a result of playing him shallow, because if he was out there, that ball would have dropped in.
And that's the second time he's gone out there to right field. And so again, Grand Bahama leaves one on base. We have now completed 4 innings of play. It is now a 4-1 game. Nothing's changed from the first inning. 4 runs by Columbus Isle and 1 run by Grand Bahama. And now we go to the 5th inning. And for Columbus Isle, they look to now continue in terms of putting up some runs. Grand Bahama on defense have got to see how they can hold on. There's Columbus Isles. They're sitting there. They want to get a piece of Eleuthera at about 3 o'clock this afternoon and to gain some injuries, but so far, so good. We're going to come back in a minute and give you the top of the 5th inning. So until then, just hurry up, go get something to drink, get back. You guys who are at work, put your computer on like you're working and then come back to us in just a second, okay? We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, as we now move to the top of the 5th inning. And your batter right now is Janelle Bain. Just a minute ago hit a rocket foul, and here we go as he is now looking to get on base. This one he's going to pop up. Let's see, the catcher is making a play on it, and so it'll go out of play and into the stands. Base hit by Jarrell in the first inning. Turns up and popped it up in the second. And here he is now trying to see what he could do here in the 5th inning. and make sure he adds some more runs to that 4-run advantage that they are sitting on right now that they scored in the first inning. Here is the 2-strike count.
That one hit to the left side.
Could be trouble.
Center fielder making, or the left fielder making it. Mikael Bethel making the catch for Grand Bahama for 1 out.
There you go. Stayed up in the air. Now we end up going to Mr. Rashad Martin. Got hit by a pitch, fly to center field. Now his 3rd appearance here at the plate. He is the guy who's doing the catching here for Columbus Isle in the top of the 5th inning. Let's see what he's got here. Still doing the pitching now is Caden Bethel. Hit to the third base.
Ball.
The shot. And they'll get the out. 5-3 for out number 2.
A great way to hold on.
And a little conversation now. A little conversation, and they're going to break it up. And the officials in control of this. They tell the players get back in the dugout.
I think what happened just now is that Rashard Martin, running over to first base, pushed the first baseman off the bag, which was unnecessary. He was out either way, but he ended up pushing the first baseman off the bag, and the players from the dugout asked him not to do that, and that's what started this confrontation between both teams.
And the umpires wanting to make sure that they keep control of this one. A very good job there, and diffusing what could have been a very ugly situation here in the Bahamas games competition.
Which we don't want to see. We've gone through 5 days of baseball, and it hasn't been any of that thus far, and so they're going to do their part to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Keep the competition clean. Now we end up going to Jam Cumberbatch. He got a walk in the first inning, struck out in the 3rd, and here he is in the top of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss. The count now goes to 1-1. Bethel still pitching here. That's going to be hit, and it'll be fouled off. Goes into the stands. Goes way back to the 4th floor here at the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium. Here's the pitch. That's going to go inside, and that's a ball. Count now 2-2. Oh, little tempers and on both sides. Now these guys got to calm down.
Absolutely.
And hit by a pitch. And that one just got away. And the umpire now
coming
giving
out
him the first base. So the home plate umpire has already said and given them a warning.
Umpire, I believe, just signaled for one of the coaches to be thrown out of the game. Oh, he's giving them a warning.
That's a warning, yeah.
Giving them a warning that if they end up on the field again,
they're gone.
They're gone. And
so the coach over there for the Explorers, making sure that they are able to calm down. And I don't know, you still got some game to play. And here's Butler that comes to the plate. So with 2 outs, Cumberbatch gets a walk.
So tempers flaring here for both teams as we now head into the top of the 5th inning, as we're currently in the top of the 5th inning, and both teams have been playing and they want to advance, and so this is a hotly contested matchbip between
There's
two
plenty
teams.
on the line here.
Plenty on the line, so quite understandable, but let cooler heads prevail and get on with the ball game.
That's a strike right there on Butler, who is your left fielder. He has had 2 walks. Walked in the first and walked in the third, and here he comes up, and he has a 1-1 count here in the 5th inning. 2 outs. Swing and a miss. And some instructions down the line telling the ball players to stay focused and stay within the context of the game. 2 strikes, 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's the pitch to Ramiko. Just missed. Count now goes to 2-2. Umpires taking control of the field, making sure that the players understand that they need to stay within the context of the game called baseball. Runner goes off the fist, and he'll go back to first base. On the on-deck circle right now, sitting now, making sure is Chatham. And Chatham is had a walk, and he looking to see if he can get back to the plate here in the top of the 5th inning. Ramiko. 2-2 to count. 3-2. Now the question is, I'm watching the body chemistry of Caden Bethel after a full game last night, and now comes out tonight. Earlier today, maybe a little bit fatigue here. Runner goes, and on the inside, that's going to be a ball. And so,
absolutely, you can see the fatigue settling in for Basil on the mound.
Yep, he doesn't even.
It's been a long game
for him.
And long yesterday for him, where he threw about 6 or 7 strikeouts for Grand Bahama to shut out that team that they were against, and now back at the mound going 5 innings. It's a lot of throwing for him.
He beat Andros 13-0 last night. He started the game and went the entire distance, and here he is right now, finding himself trying to get out of this. And we now go to Chatham Ferguson. Runners on first and second. Chatham.
Burrows with an amazing stop, unable to get the runner on second.
And bases are now loaded.
Bases now loaded for Columbus Isle. Ferguson hitting a line down the third base line. Brent Burrows making the play. Tried to get it over to second, but was not able to get the runner. Bases now loaded for Columbus Isle, as Stephen McKenzie will look to make some things happen here in the top of the 5th.
And remember now, he tripped over there in the last appearance at bat at first base. Had some medical attention, but he's okay now. This kid has got heart. Went down, got some assistance, and he's now back on the field. Base hit in the first inning to left field. Ground out to the shortstop. And here he is now back in the batter's box in the 5th. Outside, that's a ball. 4-1 to score. Top of the 5th inning. Columbus Isle leading Grand Bahama. The winner goes on to play Luthra for the bronze this afternoon.
Fouled off. Swing, but just fouled off.
They can see that Grand Bahama can see that Caden is struggling, so they've got the bullpen over there working. He needs to get out of this one. That's going to be a ball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's a good pitch. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Top of the 5th. 4-1. Columbus Isle. 3-2 to count. Money pitch coming up now. Everyone giving Caden Bethel a couple words of encouragement. Also, Burrows goes over, gives him a little nudge, give him an opportunity to catch his breath a little bit.
Hang in there. Hang in there.
That's it. Kinsey in the batter's box. And here's the money pitch. Bases loaded. 2 outs.
That one's hit.
To
Over
the
to
shortstop.
shortstop.
And he'll get it.
Make the catch. Shortstop, Kanaj Austin.
Able to
Making
get the out.
A
And
good catch for a big out for Grand
Golden
Bahama.
opportunity there for Columbus out. Getting ready to tack on a few more runs. A little heated moment there as well. And the managers of the teams able to control their players, which works out well for them. And now we go to the bottom of the inning. And so you end up now coming up for Grand Bahama. It's going to be Russell, Poitier, and then Trent Thomas. And they are in a serious situation. There is Columbus Isle. They're sitting on a 4-1 lead here as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. And time's running out for both of these guys. And so
They definitely need to make something happen here.
11:39. This game started promptly at 10. Remember, they're going to go to at least 6 innings, but here we are in the bottom of the 5th. Umpires also getting hydrated, getting some water. And we can tell from the home plate umpire, he's lost more water than he's able to drink. He is soaked. He is drenched out there with this one.
Grand Bahama desperately needs to make something happen during this appearance at bat. Here now in the bottom of the 5th, they will get one more look. If they're unable to make something happen here at the bottom of the 6th, that will do it for them, and it will be Delia wrote the note.
That's it.
For Grand Bahama.
That's it. Devontae Brown still doing the pitching for Columbus Isle. He is also looking pretty sharp at this point. He's got 3 strikeouts so far, but he's also given up 2 hits. Not bad so far. So he's working on it, and he's also had very good defense to also sit behind him, so that's worked out relatively well. So the umpires have hydrated. Grand Bahama now needs to find some runs. This is the 5th inning. It's do or die here for Grand Bahama. And Russell, your batter.
Check swing and fouled that one off. If he was able to turn on that one, that would have been a base hit.
I hope he understands the urgency here.
Yeah, he can't come into the batter's box at this
your
time.
Tournament could be over.
Yeah. And that also
on the outside.
On the
just
outside.
Missed.
That one's still too close for me.
That's it. 1-1.
Good rip up.
Over the shortstop head out into left field. That's going to be a base hit.
That's how you want to start things off for Grand Bahama. They're hoping to rally in the bottom of the 5th inning where they desperately need to make something happen. So Russell now on first base. Poitier coming up to the mound, to the plate rather. And he's not been having a good game so far. He got on base after diving onto first and then bunted out in the 3rd. And now his 3rd appearance at bat. Let's see what he does.
High ball, ball 1. First base is Mr. Russell. Still doing the pitching is Devontae Brown for Columbus Isle. He has to throw to second base.
Whoa! Umpire says he got him. Whoa!
Umpire on the play.
That is
I'll tell you what.
And Grand Bahama dugout not happy about that call.
No, not at all. They thought that he had the base stolen, but the umpire said no. Good throw there by the catcher
for Columbus
and
Isle.
Richard Martin.
A devastating out for Grand Bahama. They needed that one. They needed that runner.
And 3 balls on Ashley Poitier. Grand Bahama trying to be aggressive on that play, and a good throw, and got him. He got him on the shoe, the umpire is saying. That's a strike. 3 balls, 1 strike. Devontae Brown took a little something off of that and found the middle of the plate.
That one was on the outside, but Ashley took a swing at it and missed.
Count now goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Just stayed alive there.
Alive in there to give himself another chance.
Monte Brown working the full game here in the top of the 5th inning, bottom of the 5th inning.
Swing and a miss for Poitier. That'll be the 2nd out. And Columbus Isle now playing for 1 in the bottom of the 5th.
And the Columbus Isle players, all knowing how important that was for them to get that strikeout. And now you have Trent Thomas, who comes to the plate.
That one is high. Trent got on base after hitting to 3rd base at his last at bat. Also had a stolen base, and he also singled out into the left field during his first at bat, and so he's been aggressive at the plate. We'll see what he does during his 3rd appearance.
2 balls. 2 balls to count. This is a big batter here for Mr. Dante Brown.
Swing and a miss.
A lackluster swing by Mr. Thomas. 2 balls, 1 strike. He gets back in. And they call a very quick timeout as the defense will have a quick little powwow. They want to make sure that they're able to get the pitch. Only 15 minutes left in this
15 minutes left in this, and umpire asking for the time. If they go to that 2-hour mark and is unable to score, that will bring an end to Grand Bahama.
That's it. Grand Bahama's appearance here in the tournament, and what it does is it sends Columbus Isle to the bronze medal game. Two 2-1 to count. Outside, 3-1. On the on-deck circle is Mr. Austin, hoping for an opportunity to get up here to swing a bat. There you go.
A big swing by Thomas there.
3-2 the count. And he walked him. So Grand Bahama's still alive here. As trotting down to first base is going to be Trent Thomas. It has Austin. Comes to the plate. Mr. Austin walked in the first, struck out in the third, and here he is in the fifth. Trying to figure out what to do next.
See if he can get those that bat to come alive here in the bottom of the fourth. This is a crucial at bat for Grand Bahama now with the runner on first, and that they need to get some runs on the board, and he fouls that one off.
First pitch, he just jumped on it. We went from a comfortable 88 degrees to now 90 degrees in the shade. In the midday hour. On a wonderful Tuesday, day 5 of baseball. And he gets hit with a pitch.
That one just grazing his chest. So runners now on first and second.
And now you bring up a Ryan Nottage.
Who can make something happen.
The swing of the bat here. We could have a tie game. And very quickly, the management team of Columbus, Iowa is going to quickly run out there and have a word with Devontae Brown and the defensive set and get a pretty good indication of what they want to do here. You got runners on second and first, and so you got 2 outs here.
And he needs to make sure he keeps Brown calm because this game is still in reach for Grand Bahama with 2 runners on base now.
Okay, so Ryan will come up. Ryan flied to left, struck out. Needs something here to happen. He's been hitting the ball hard. But where do you hit it? That's going to be the next question asked. So Ryan now, with runners on first and second, steps in. That's going to be high. That's a ball.
That
Ball
one is
2.
high.
Bottom of the fifth, sorry. 4-1, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Ryan Nottage, just your batter.
A swing.
And
Missed.
that was a strike, and he missed. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bottom of the fifth. Columbus Al needs an out. Grand Bahama needs a hit. That's a strike. And he knew it. He knew he let one get by him. And now he finds himself in a 2-2 hole. Got to protect the plate. Runners on first and second.
Can't take
Grand
anything
Bahama
close.
hopes on this bat.
Can't take anything close. The pitch. He swings. That one over to shortstop.
It's the
throw.
throw to first. And they got it.
The umpire says he's out.
Another opportunity. And nothing there. So we have completed 5 innings of play. Umpire is still on the field. They say they have time, so they will go and complete 6.
That was the replay. If we can...
Wow.
There's a look at Columbus dugout, still leading this thing 4-1 as we now head to the top of the 6th inning, which will be the last. The Grand Bahama will get the look to see if they can make some things happen. We're going to take a break and come back with more baseball. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. We are into the top of the sixth inning, and it is still a 4-1 game in favor of Columbus Isles over Grand Bahama, and your batter is Mr. McPhee, who is your DH for Columbus Isle. And this one's going to be fouled off. While you were away, the first official player or the first person to get kicked from the tournament, Carl Nordich. He got the boot, went out and had a word with the official, didn't like what he heard. The official told him, you watch the remainder of this one out there in the parking lot. And so he is gone for Grand Bahama. And here we are back on the action on the field. So they will go the 6 innings of play, which I think is fantastic for these ball players and able to give everyone an equal opportunity to see if they can advance to the medal game this afternoon. And that's going to be down and away. In the game pitching now, again, is Caden Bethel, who came in to replace Courtney Meadows. And so far, he's not given up anything, but he's not gotten any backup runs either from the offensive side for Grand Bahama. On the flip side of it, Columbus Isles looking pretty good. Dante making some things happen. Ball hit to the left side. That's going to be a foul ball.
You know, and that boot from the official came as a result of 2 plays that happened. You had to call on second base when the runner was called out. Umpire says he got him on the shoe, and then just at Grand Bahama's last at bat, the first base call where he slid, and umpire said he was out, and the dugout didn't like that, and the words came from the umpire during the break, and the coach was booted out of the game as a result, and that is the first one we've seen. Just now,
McPhee is out.
McPhee.
Thrown out by the second baseman. And that is another than Mr. Ernie Barr. Good field and good flip. We now end up going to Perez Burrows. And Perez has been over there on third base. He's had his share of getting banged up today. So he's in a position to where he just wants to stay in the game. So it's going to be hit down the line. It'll go foul. Came off the plate. Foul ball, says the umpire. So that'll be 1 strike on to Mr. Perez Burrows. Been a very good game to this point. After the situation that we've seen in the first inning, and this one, a base hit by Stephen McKenzie, then a fielder's choice by Mr. McPhee. The same thing applies with Burrows, and then the walk to Bristol, then a base hit by Junell.
To the right side, Ashley Poiter making the play on it, and he catches it for the second out for Grand Bahama.
2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. So the pitching situation, again, the leadoff first pitcher was Courtney Burrows. Burrows gave up 4 runs in this one and got replaced very quickly by Caden Bethel. But for the Columbus Isle Explorers, nothing has been smoother than having this guy, Najee Umbrister, at the plate. Najee has walked, flied to left and also to center field. And here he is again with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning.
That's a rip up the middle.
That's going to
go in the gap. And he is going to turn 2.
And he's on his way to second base. Najee on his way to third base. And slides in with a triple.
And the celebration by him. That was a great hit in the gap for a triple by Najee Umbrister.
Absolutely. He jumped all over that pitch. The center fielder was sort of stunned in terms of how he wanted to move. They were playing down the line as far as the right fielder, but Najee got that, ran out of his head gear and everything. He jumped all over that pitch by Bethel.
I think his eyes lit up when he saw that third base bag and the umpire, the coach telling him, come.
Yep. Now you have Junell Bain. And Bain pops up. And that's going to be 3 outs. So 3 outs there, and the coach telling Bain, take a pitch, do something here. First pitch, he jumped on it and popped up. And so there you have it.
Grand Bahama now will get their final
at
bat. And if they don't make anything happen here, that's going to be it for them.
That's it.
Columbus
They need 3
Isle.
runs. They need 3 runs to tie.
And what happens after this, Columbus Isle will move into the bronze round.
Yeah.
Where they will face Eleuthera at now 2 o'clock.
Boy, listen.
Or 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. This has been one interesting scenario as they have been changing much in terms of what we got from yesterday and early this morning. And then now what we're getting per the coordinators of the baseball segment. And now we can tell you that the schedule that has been revised now and updated is that okay, we get it right now. Okay. Now it's 2 o'clock.
So it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock.
So
okay.
the winner of this...
And the winner of this game will play at 2 o'clock. And then what they've done is they've moved down they have your gold and silver, which is the winner of game 16 and New Providence, okay, will in turn play. And so it's going to be crazy in terms of how they're working this out, because what it means now is that if that's the gold and silver game, then we've got here 8 o'clock, winner 19, winner 19, and also first loss 19. Okay. Like the fella tell me before I came up here, man, I only get out of 2nd grade. I understand this.
So we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna try and figure out how the schedule is gonna work out for the day. But as we said earlier, what we know is going to happen next is that the
2 o'clock game.
2 o'clock game is going to happen.
One way or the other.
One way or the other.
Now, whatever
that's
happens
not
after that, we can't tell you, because what's been happening throughout much of this is that this part of the tournament, there has been an appeal to get that championship game pushed down to 8 o'clock this evening. That would allow for many of Grand Bahamas, the Bahamas fans and everyone's here to come and watch, but I don't know. The coordinators are making their own decision as they go. We call it as we see it. Mikel Bethel comes to the plate, and he takes a strike. That one's a bit high, and not happy with that.
These are high stakes.
There you go.
This is a high-stake inning for Grand Bahama, who needs to make something happen here.
Very much so. 1 strike.
A lot on the line. And he goes for the bunt. It doesn't happen. And that's now strike 2 on Bethel.
Two strikes. 2 strikes now. Macau with a 4-1 advantage. Grand Bahama needs 3 runs in order to tie, 4 to win. The Columbus Isle needs 3 outs to win and get a little lunch and get ready for the afternoon game. And
Found that one off.
He's just protecting the plate.
He's not taking anything close at this moment. He needs to make sure that he protects that plate and gets something into play.
Yep, he's protecting the plate, and he knows the importance of trying to get on base here. But let me tell you that Devontae Brown is taking no prisoners.
Going the distance.
That's it. 6th inning.
That one is high.
It's going to be a high strike. Brown on the rubber. He will go from the windup.
That one hit to the left side. Center fielder making a play on it, and that has been Bethel's signature this entire tournament, he's been able to put the ball into play. However,
Well,
he just cannot get a base hit.
He's pitting it to someone, and that's exactly what he's been doing. He's hit the ball hard, flied, popped up, and fired out to the right side first time, then to center field in the 4th inning, and here it is in the 6th inning, fly to center field again, and now you go to Brent Burrows, who also now has had 2 walks and needs to see if he can keep the streak alive, but that's a strike. And right now, Columbus Isle just needs an out. They need 1 out, and Columbus Isle's players are all celebrating. They know that they're going to be going to the medal game if they can get another 2 outs in this inning. That's high.
Curveball. Count now 1-1.
Here we go. Here's the pitch, guys talking smack. That's going to be down and out.
Down in the dirt. 2 balls now.
That's it. 2 balls, 1 strike on Mr. Burrows. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 2-2. That was a good cut there.
That was a good cut.
Yeah, he wanted to make something happen. Now you're down. Now you're even at 2-2, so 2 strikes on you. Got to protect the plate. Brent called timeout. And he'll step back into the box.
Here comes the pitch. And he got him on the strike on the outside.
And Brent looks at the official, shaking his head. He can't believe it, but here's the pitch. Way outside.
It's way outside. It's definitely outside.
And Brent
But you
can't
know, when
believe
the
it.
stakes are so high, you can't take anything close. Don't leave it up to the umpire in those moments. You have to swing on those.
That's it. And also into the bat, it's going to be Mackey. Devon. Devon Mackey flied out there to left field and struck out in his 2nd attempt. And now he's here in 2 outs for Columbus Isle. They need 1 to get to the medal game. That's a high ball. 1-1 to count.
Columbus Isle now playing for 1, and if they get it, this one would be over, and Grand Bahama will be watching from the stands. That one
Popped up into the air.
The pitcher making the call for it.
And it drops.
It drops. It drops. It drops. Devontae Brown calling for it and unable to make the play. I think he got a little excited.
Yep.
He saw the whole game flash before his eyes. It's over, and he just dropped
and
it.
He said, "Yep, I got this. I done pitch all these innings. This is my game to win."
And listen,
got hit right on the heel, the glove, and popped out. Should have let the first baseman take it.
absolutely.
And he wanted to call it and wanted to be a hero. And he's not a hero, but you're in the highlight reel, buddy. In the highlight reel. So he'll now.
He just gave Grand Bahama a lifeline to get back, and let's see what Ernie Barr does with it.
Absolutely. Ernie Barr is 0 for 2. His third time at bat. He has been hitting the ball to the right side. And let's see what he'll do here. They're playing him to push that ball to the right side again. They're playing him straight. That's going to be a ball high. An error by the pitcher. Now Ernie Barr steps in. He has 1 ball on him.
I think the batter
That's a
to
high strike.
understand that the umpire is calling those high outside strikes.
Yep,
so
he's calling those. Okay, Mackey will just jog over there to second base. 2 balls, 1 strike here on Mr. Ernie Barr. Mr. Brown needs 1 out to move to the medal game.
that one fouled off.
2-2 the count.
And Devontae Bethel can close this game out. Book him. Let's see if he can. Devontae Bethel looking to close this thing out.
Let's see what happens here.
There's a lot riding on this pitch. Let's see what happens.
They go for the pick off, and no, nothing there.
Called that one safe.
The shortstop floating around the bag. Good move there by Devontae Brown. But he's got 2 strikes sitting here on Ernie Barr. They want to concentrate on him.
That is
right back to the pitcher.
Juno Brown.
And so he
taking
will throw
his
it.
time to hop it over.
And he flicks it over, and that's your ball game. That's your game, folks. Grand Bahama has been eliminated. Columbus Isle will move on to the medal game. What a very good performance from Devontae Brown, the pitcher, who in turn had himself a very good game. He did commit an error here in the bottom of the inning, wanted to get that out by himself, but he got the ball back as Ernie hit it right to him, and then the flip to first base. That celebration around the corner. And so it is going to be Columbus Isle that will make that trek to the medal game, and they are going to take on Eleuthera at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And for Grand Bahama, it's been a very long baseball tournament. They have played every day since the tournament started. They started playing on Friday, and every day it's been that in terms of playing. And a 4-1 advantage. Boy, what a good game there by Devontae Brown to give up 1 run in this ball game. Did that in the first inning, but able to hold firm throughout everything. And congratulations in terms of the actual performance by Columbus Isle. Now, they have had a series of little bumps and bruises in regards to injuries, but they are now still alive. Grand Bahama has now been officially eliminated from this year's tournament. And now we have Ramika Knowles, who is standing by over there. He has the manager of the team, and then we also have the pitcher of the team, Devontae Brown, who did a very, very good job in doing so. Let's go to Ramika, who is standing by to close this one out as the Columbus Isles Explorers. They said yesterday, they told the Prime Minister they got something for him, and they did, because they turned around and they put a 13-0 shellacking on Mical to get to this point. And here they are today with a 4-1 win, as they in turn are able to eliminate Grand Bahama from the tournament. And they've been communicating with the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, the Member of Parliament for that area. And so they've been doing pretty good so far, and they are heading into the medal game. And now what will happen to this afternoon is going to be interesting, as far as they will now play Eleuthera this afternoon, and they have that now scheduled for 2 o'clock. They moved it back to allow the Columbus Isles team to at least cool off and to get hydrated as they prepare to play Eleuthera, who won last night, and moving on. So Ramiko standing by. Go ahead, buddy. Tell me what you got.
That's right, Ricardo. I'm standing by with Coach Ken Adderley of Columbus Owls. They were able to close out the game against Grand Bahama. Coach, tell us what was the mindset coming into this game. This was a big one. You needed this one, and now you move on. What was the mindset coming into this?
The game set was to play our game. And from the start until the end. We knew from the beginning that that the Grand Bahama team could have not beat us because we beat them the last time, and so we were looking at this game as Grand Bahama was just in the way of the mission, what we need to accomplish. And so we came up from the first pitch in the game that we were going to deal with them, and we was going to jump ahead of them because we know that they didn't have any pitching that could have hold our batters. So we were prepared for this game.
And scoring 4 runs and not being able to put anything else on the board, were there ever any concerns?
No, it was no not much concern. I was upset if we didn't score any more runs, but I wasn't concerned about them scoring because we know we had defense and pitching.
Were there any concerns about the calling? A lot of calls went your way. And I see there was a little bit of confusion happening on the field sometimes. Were there any concerns about the calls?
No, as long as I've been playing a bit, sometimes the calls come your way, sometimes the call doesn't come your way. But if you got to be a crusader, and this is wartime, so it doesn't matter what the umpire called, we get back and do what we need to do.
All right, Coach Adderley right there for Columbus Owls. I'm also standing by with the winning pitcher, Devontae Brown, who also had a great game. He was able to go the distance, pitching 6 innings. What was the mindset for you coming into this game?
My mindset was to go out, play my game. Just play my game. That's all.
And tell us about that drop ball, a big drop ball at the end. You almost gave Grand Bahama a lifeline. What was happening there?
I didn't hear my first baseman calling for the ball, so that was my fault. So that was it.
And what's your mindset going into the next game?
Just to come out and compete, help my teammates back, that's all.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Good job on the win. That was Devontae Brown, the pitcher for Columbus Owls, able to close out against Grand Bahama, pitching 6 innings and getting the job done for them. They will move on to play Eleuthera. I believe that game is at 2 o'clock, and we'll be here to capture that action for you. But till then, back to you, Rick.
This guy did exceptionally well. Devontae struck out some 6 batters. He only gave him 4 hits in this ball game. He allowed only 1 run as well to Grand Bahama. And more importantly, he is headed, and that is to the medal game that's set for 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's going to be a very good game as they will take on Eleuthera. Eleuthera, who last night had some issues, and we'll see how they're able to play today. But the bottom line is we have seen the Grand Bahama team, who played since Friday every day, has been up in arms, and now they have been eliminated. They will have a meeting and prepare to sit and watch the finals here at the stadium. As far as Columbus Owls, they've got to now go back into the air-conditioned locker room, hydrate, relax, get chilled up, and then they'll get ready for Eleuthera at 2 o'clock. So until then, I'm Ricardo Lightwood for Amico Knowles and all of us here at the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. It's been a wonderful morning of baseball. Thank you guys for tuning in. Back to you guys in the studio. Everybody, and welcome to the Bahamas Games baseball bronze medal game. And this one is featuring Columbus Isle that eliminated Grand Bahama earlier this morning, and also Eleuthera, who has been sitting and waiting. I'm Ricardo Lightborn, Ramiko Knowles here for the bronze medal game. It's been a heated morning and should be a heated and exciting afternoon, as one of these teams will get the bronze medal. The other will get a chance to move on to the gold medal game. What do you think about that?
Absolutely going to be an exciting game. Here we have this one going into the mercy rule will take effect after 4 innings, the 10-run rule, and they're playing up to 6 innings. There's no time limit in this game, and so they will go the full distance. And Columbus Isle just defeating, just coming out of the elimination round, sending home Grand Bahama and getting a quick 1-hour rest and back on the field. And so we'll see how things turn out for them, whether that works in their favor or against them. But at the moment, they got to run on second base, and they're looking to make some things happen to advance into the finals tonight.
That's the shortstop, Stephen McKinney, who actually got a walk. And so he has been also given a stolen base, and he's over there at second base. Your pitcher today for Eleuthera, trying to make something happen here, is going to be Tyler Nairn. And he normally plays the infield, and that's going to be high. Your batter in the box for you is Mr. McPhee Amajai. And he's going to see if he can do something here. He's going to be playing right field today. That's his position. He's been out there in right field for much of the tournament. Runner will go, swing and a miss, and he will walk in to third base without having any issues at all. So heads up running is Stephen McKenzie. And whilst we were at the break, McKenzie had the ice pack on that left knee, and he had an ice pack on that right shoulder. So that tells you he's big. He's kind of banged up. This one right back to the pitcher, and they'll get the out.
Good stop there by Eleuthera to prevent the run and hold the run on third base. As we've seen throughout this tournament, those teams that get on the board fast are the teams that come out on top. And so that's a good stop there by the pitcher.
And all these guys know each other very, very well. They have had themselves a wonderful experience in terms of how they've been able to play this game. Keep in mind, too, that they played earlier, and again, Eleuthera coming out on the winning end of that game. And so for Columbus Isle, they just want to simply stay in this thing, continually keep playing and winning, and make something happen. So before the game, they had some very good conversation. Your batter now is Perez Burrows, and Burrows pops it up into the air, and that's the out. So that's 2 outs here in the top of the first inning. Setting the defense for the Eleuthera Adventurers. Out in right field is Randy Culmer. In center field is Joel Miller. Left field is Delvis Delva. Frankie Moore is at shortstop. The third baseman is Andre Gardner. Over there at second base is Rakini Pernelas. And also the catcher is Avad Bethel. And doing the hurling is Tyler Nairn. Here is Najee Ambrista that comes to the plate. Najee playing center field for the Explorers. Columbus Isle. 2 out here in the top of the first. That one's going to be on the outside. Had a bit of a shower here earlier, which cooled off the place a little bit. Only a little bit.
Only
We're
a little
still
bit.
in the 90s. Only a little bit here this afternoon. Fouled away, and that's going to go out into the parking lot. Okay.
Najee had a pretty good hitting performance earlier this morning, getting a triple in one of those innings to start a rally for Columbus Isles.
Yep, he hit that one out there into right center field and ran all day. That's going to be a strike. So he jumped on the inside and gave the umpire a bit of a nod and said, okay, all righty. That one on you. This one on me. Here we go. 2-2. way outside. 3-2 the count to Najee Bristol, who's going to be playing center field. On the on-deck circle is Junelle Bain. Nice afternoon for baseball. For you guys that are hanging out. That one goes to the dirt. The ball gets away, and Columbus Isle will be on the board on a wild pitch. And a walk by Najee. Got himself a free pass. Now, if you are a manager and you are on the field, you will have a pretty good indication that the umpires that have been calling the games for you, and you should know who they are, and so you should be able to tell who's behind the plate, who's going to like the high strike, and who's going to have the low strike. Now, they have gone to a 3 rotation umpires because, again, this is a medal game. So the medal games will get the 3 umpires, whereas in the playoffs they only had 2. And here we go with Junelle Bain, who's playing first base for Columbus Isle. That one got away on the inside. The ball goes to the fence. And hopping over there to second base is going to be Bristol with 2 outs here in the top of the first inning.
And we've been seeing some pretty interesting calls behind the plate. We see where some umpires like them high, some like them low, some on inside, outside, and a lot of players were not getting the kind of calls that they want. But and especially in this medal game, this is the game where you don't want to take anything and leave it up to the umpire. You get to the plate, it's time to be aggressive.
That's going to be outside. We're going to get an interview from the guys in Grand Bahama, and that's exactly what they're going to tell you. We weren't aggressive. We took everything for granted.
We didn't get the calls. We weren't aggressive.
Yep, and they are eliminated. And here we go, Eleuthera and Columbus Isle for bronze. That's a strike. This umpire likes the high strike. So if you're a pitcher, you need to keep the ball up as compared to the game we had before, which was pitched down, and you'd been okay.
As compared to the game before that, which was outside.
The game before that against New Providence and Eleuthera was anywhere. Just throw it. Anywhere you want to put it, just throw it. So Eleuthera lose last night, but come back tonight and today, and they now get a chance to advance to the gold medal game for a rematch with New Providence if they win. And if Columbus Isles win, they get a chance to play New Providence and see if they can secure their gold medal. Still fighting them off is Najee Bristol at second base. He wants to move, and Joel Bain is the batter. 3-2. That's going to be high, and Najee's going to go into third base with a steal. And that's going to be a walk. So that's the second walk that's been attributed to Tyler Nairn. So Nairn with his second walk of the ball game, and very quickly the Adventurers want to have a timeout, and coming to the plate is going to be none other than Rashad Martin. Let's see if he is able to get something going here. Wants to put something in play. Put it anywhere. That's for sure. Anywhere you want to put it, just hit it. Just hit it. 2 outs. Run score by Stephen McKenzie with a walk, and he scores on a wild pitch. Gonna hit to the shortstop. Here's the throw to first, and they'll get the out. So they have got themselves a run, the Columbus Isles, and they do so as Stephen McKenzie, who got the walk by virtue of also quite a few errors here and 1 or 2 pass ball. He's able to score on the play, but the bottom line, they leave 1 on base. No hits in that one. And again, some throwing errors and some things happening there for Tyler Nairn, who has got to settle down. It's a 1-0 advantage to Columbus Isle. And just like they played the last game, they kept the same dugout against the Grand Bahama team, and they also were able, folks, to jump out to a 4-1 advantage and continually held that in order to get to where we are today. Eleuthera will come to the plate now. The Adventurers will send Joel Miller to the plate first, followed by Delva, Frankie Moore will then follow, Ahmad Bethel, Norman Bastian, Andre Gardner, Tyler Narin, Rakini Paleos, and then you've got the Andre Culmer. They've got a pretty good bat. Last night, yesterday, we saw them play a very reserve game, came running from behind, and here they are behind again to Columbus Isle. And the question will be, are they going to be able to control the advent of what happens in terms of their ability to control what happens on the field? And so that's another question that's going to be coming up. But doing the pitching is going to be Afran Edgecombe.
I think that's Farron Edgecombe.
Farron Edgecombe. Just want to make sure. Yeah, there you go.
We've been seeing some interesting names for this tournament.
That's why they're using numbers. Okay? Let me make it easy for you. On the mound is number 9. Doing the catching is number 20. Over on first base is number 17. On second base is right now number 7. And also number 5 is over there also in the shortstop position. So that's what you have, and so you have to leave it like that. And I do the best I can with what they give me in terms of numbers. It makes it easier on the umpire, so they don't have to be worrying about names. And as you do know, the English language is not as easy as you think. And people name their children some funny things. You know, the easy thing is Kobe, Shaq, okay, you know those kind of things like that. And Michael. Philip, George, but then when you start going to Wentworth, Aquire, Aquinor, Aquine. Okay, we'll leave that right where it is. Top of the line here for Eleuthera. Number 16 in the plate, this is Joel Miller. And he will, for the first time, get a chance here to see Mr. Edgecombe. And we'll see what he has here in the afternoon on a 90-degree day, the bronze medal game in the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. That's a strike, and that's a high strike. And keep in mind that this umpire likes them high. So if you come to the plate, grab your bat, and I need you to be hacking. Don't be cute.
Absolutely.
Just swing the bat.
You see what Columbus Isle was able to do early in that last game, scoring 4 runs, getting on the board early, and completely shutting out Grand Bahama. They were only able to score 1. And so it's those teams that gets on the board first and gets as many runs as possible that kind of holds things out. And this one is going, the 10-run mercy rule comes into effect after 4. So it can shut out, it could close out after 4.
It could. And right now, 2 balls. Here.
Which will be great for Columbus Isles, who are now playing a doubleheader.
That's right.
Get some time to rest. That one shot down
to left field.
It's fair ball.
The turn over there at first base, and he'll stay right there, as that's a base hit by Joel Miller. Beautiful base hit. The left fielder will come up, and Delva. He looks down to third base and gets a sign. And on first base, looking out to move here is going to be Miller. Little conversation between the catcher and the pitcher. I think there was a little bit of a mix-up there. Joel Bain did not like the call, and so he just wanted to go out and make a statement. Let the pitcher know, who is Mr. Edgecombe, that listen, don't throw that in there no more. Keep this ball high and away.
Well, so far we have not seen any home runs throughout this tournament. We've seen, I think, 2 inside the park home runs, but nothing pulled out of the park. On the left side, you go 320, center left 372, straight away 400, and 320 right side. So a lot of room out there for guys to run. You put the ball in the right place, you can make some things happen, and in terms of getting it inside the park, but nothing outside.
No, that's it. Once the ball hits the outfield and it hits in there, it shoots and takes off, and it just runs away from you. So you got to know how to play it at an angle. That's a ball. So everybody's looking now to see what happens here, and we've got Delva, who wants to make something happen. Miller on first base. He's a threat to run. Here's the pitch. Yep. That's a strike. I've been here for 5 days, and I know this umpire likes him high.
And any of the batters have been watching this, they would know that once it look good, you have to swing.
That's it.
Okay. The runner goes to second.
That's
Will
a
they get
strike.
him?
And no, he will get the stolen base. That's another strike. The umpire that's calling second base, he likes him low. The umpire that's moving over to third base, he likes it anywhere near the plate. That's going to be down low, so the count there actually gets stretched. It's a 1-0 game. We are here in the bottom of the first inning. 3-2 is your count. And he'll walk him.
So Delva will get on first base with a walk, and that runner still on second. And the catcher for Columbus Isle now having a word. That's Rashad Bain having a word with his pitcher.
We want to make sure that that happens so that you don't have anything go wrong. This now will bring up Mr. Frankie Moore. See if he can find something to put into play. 1-0 in favor of the Explorers.
That's
Off the fist.
Off to the right side.
Boy, he just was a second away from putting that one into right field. Got it on the top part of the bat. Remember now, these guys are playing with wooden bats, which are a lot smaller than the metal bat, and the safer.
That one got him on the inside. That one was tight on the inside. It jammed him up a little bit.
I tell you, watching the college ball a couple of weeks ago, those metal bats, man, you just got to make contact. And it's 450. It's a center field.
It's out of there.
Huge parks. Swing and a miss. Put him in the books. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Runners on first and second. And some gas there by Mr. Edgecombe to chase that fastball. And it's kind of high. Now we go to Mr. Avad Bethel, who will now be doing the catching for Eleuthera. And he's got 1 out. Runners can move. That one's going to be high. So Edgecombe overthrowing there. Realized that he let it go at a awkward position. There's been a lot of baseball played here at the Andre Rogers National Stadium, and the field and the facility is A1. It's all about baseball.
I like the fact that, we talked about it being a turf, the surface, but there's really little to no maintenance needed. You can play game after game. You don't have to have a large contingent of crews coming out to get the field ready in the morning and be there in the night working. And so that's a plus there.
That's it, and that's what we've seen. As that one's going to be outside. Right now, Mr. Edgecombe having some issues. 3 balls on him. And he's got 3 balls on the batter for you, Avad Bethel.
That one is hit to the to the left side, making a play on it. A run will score.
We've got a tie ball game.
Kyle Wims for Columbus Owls, capturing that one out there in left field. That's now 2 outs.
There you go, and an RBI there for young Mr. Bethel. Norman Bastian comes to the plate. With 2 outs, he's still got a runner in a scoring position over there. And Mr. Delva in the dirt, nothing there. You can hear the players in the dugout making sure the team knows that they're only playing for 1 out. We're tied at 1.
I like the
sacrifice
noise,
fly
coming from the dugout. The bench for Luther is pretty alert. They're pretty much in this game. We saw where Columbus Owl can also do the same thing when they get in a position. They're not quiet. They will talk to their players. They will let them know there's no sleeping. There's no time to waste. Let's go.
No, you got to stay in
this thing
and be ready at a whim to get in the game. Here's the pitch. That one's a little bit high. Still on second base. This may be a running play here, and I think they've got the hit and run on. Let's see what happens here. I'm stealing signs tonight, today.
Got Delva over there on second, looking to come home and bring in that run.
That's going to be a strike. Well, he didn't want to come. Stayed right there at second base. Still trying to get on base is Bastian.
That's
Shot
a good hit to the
third baseman.
The throw over to first. Good catch. Juno Bean misses it. And the runner safe.
That's his first error of the day.
Yeah, we haven't seen much mistakes from Bean on first.
Yeah, that's an error. He had the ball and it came right out of the glove. But he's normally been able to scoop him up and get him out. And he also has been able to stretch and run down some balls. It was a good stretch there. We now end up going to Mr. Andre Gardner, who is playing third base out here. Already pitched in the game, and here he is now in the lineup, playing third base for Eleuthera with the bat. 2 outs here in the top of the first inning, at the bottom of the first inning. My bat. I don't want to get ahead of myself. 372.
Is that the heat? Or
that's the distance. Andre Gardner tried to go 372 with that one. Well, he was looking to really turn on that and get this one out of here. 2 outs now. We've got sitting on the corner over there looking to make something happen is Delva, and on first base is Bastian, and Bastian should be able to run.
That one's ripped to the left side.
And that's an out.
Kyle Wims making the play for Columbus Isle to get out of the inning.
Ball stayed up in the air, and so a run will score on the play, and so that is very, very important for the Eleuthera Adventurers. And again, they do so on 1 hit, and so that's picked up the pace in there. So when we come back, we'll go to the top of the second inning. We are tied at 1. The bronze game. The loser gets the bronze. The winner will play later on this afternoon, meet New Providence, and play for the gold to complete the baseball segment of the 6 Bahamas games. Ricardo Leiber and Mika Knowles will be right back, everybody. back, everybody. We are tied at 1 as we go to the top of the second inning, and right now it's Kevin Scrivens who is going to be your batter. Each team scoring a run in the first inning, and Kevin is going to look at a ball. Nothing there.
Both teams scoring in the first inning is an indication that this is going to be a pretty good ball game. Both guys getting in on hits and coming in on and pretty good base running happening. So we're in for a good one in this bronze game.
It will go 6 innings, or if you score 10 runs or more over your opponent, it'll go 4. But we know that this one is going to be going 6 innings. That's going to be a high ball outside. 1-1. Doing the pitching for the Columbus Isles Explorers, Mr. Farron Edgecombe. He's been all over the field for the past couple of days. He's been out there in right field, been in center field, left. He's been at second base.
It's like we say, if you're gonna play baseball, you got to play every position. You gotta
every
pitch,
position.
First, second, third. You got to know how to be outfield, track the ball, and it only benefits you as a player.
Here we go, 3-1. That's a strike.
Boy, he fell down throwing that one. That's a good pitch.
And little commentary over there from the Columbus dugout. That's a high one, and he's going to get a free pass. Kyle Wims will come to the plate.
That's your left fielder out there for Columbus Isle, who's making those catches. Caught 2 pop flies in the first inning.
Run off first base. Ball in the dirt, and the turf gets away and goes to second base. And making the turn and staying at second base. And very quickly, the Eleuthera Adventures is going to call a timeout. I got corrected. And not the Pineapples. But they got the pineapples on their logo.
Pineapples on their logo.
They are the Adventurers. I'm trying to figure, hold on, man. As far as I know from playing this game, you got the big pineapple on your chest and on your back, and you're now going to call yourself Adventurers. That's interesting. Very, very interesting. From Roxanne to Governor's Harbor to North Eleuthera, all adventurous. That's a lot of landscape over there in Eleuthera. Got to say good afternoon to our folks over there. Shot to the left side is going to go foul. Also a very wonderful afternoon to all of our viewing listeners and audience throughout the country. We know some of you guys are playing a little hooky from work, watching us online, and also those of you who have those sets now pulling for their island, whether it's Columbus Isle or you're pulling for Eleuthera. Going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. Runner on second base. They're trying to hold him. No. You can see the space there.
That's popped up. Shortstop making it. He will make the catch. Frankie Moore.
That's right.
Getting that one for Eleuthera.
1 out here in the top of the 4th. He got underneath that one, Mr. Williams did. Mr. Ajay Hart comes up. Looking for something here. Oh, he had a curveball and he just sat on it, but he fouled it away. That was a good pitch to drive to the right side. That would have been able to give Scrivens a little bit of room that he could get around.
He recognized it as a curveball, but just a little bit too late. But he hung in there and still managed to put the bat on it a little bit.
Stepping off and making sure things are going the way they're supposed to is Mr. Farron Edgecombe.
As he should. At this point, the game is still very much in reach, and they don't want to have runners in scoring position that they don't necessarily have to have there. So keeping him honest on second is good. A pop fly. The catcher makes the move on it. It's a good catch, and there you have the runner on second. He will not go.
2 outs then. And let me tell you, the Columbus Owl coach is not happy with the way these guys are swinging the bat. They're haphazardly just throwing the barrel on the bat. And the ball's just jumping up into the air, and that's the second out. That's actually just popped up into the air with a runner in scoring position. And we know in these kind of games, you have to take full advantage of the opportunity to score runs. You got a runner in scoring position. You've got to be able to make some things happen. And so you take what you can. If you're not sure you're going to hit it, bunt it.
But put it in play.
Whatever you do, put it in play. Make somebody feel it, because anything can happen. They can throw it away. The turf here is a little damp. You never know. So do whatever you can do. Try to get on.
We did have a few light passing showers about 30, 40 minutes ago.
Yep, and it's cleared up.
And
now we've got a
cleared
song.
up. Certainly cleared up.
Now you know when you go to a Turkish bath what it feels like. It is really humid in here today. And that's going to be high. Almost got hit on the helmet with that one. Stuck his head out there, but turned on the side and just barely got away from that particular pitch. So right now, going back and regrouping, it's going to be Edgecombe.
Scrivens over there on second base, eager to get around and waiting to see what Hart does with this pitch.
He's being held a little bit by the second baseman, so there's a big opening there on the second base side. And that's going to be a strike. That was the one that he wanted and didn't get it. Did not get it at all. It's a high strike. You just have to drive it somewhere. 2 balls, 1 strike.
That one is high. So 3 balls.
Yep, they call him Doogie McKenzie. He's one tough cookie. Got banged up in the game against Grand Bahama. Had that ice pack all over that left leg. He's put a little support on it. And that's a strike. So Doogie looking at a 3-2 count.
That's your guy, Doogie.
Hey.
That's your guy.
3-2 the count here as we are in the top of the second inning. We're tied at 1. A lot of commentary.
That one hit.
Foul. That's going to be foul.
Sent him to the base. And he will send the runner on second.
Okay, don't know what the call was. So they're trying to explain to the... Oh, they're going to say interference. They say interference on the catcher. Okay, so interference on the catcher. So the runner goes back to... So it becomes a dead ball. And so Doogie goes to first base. At second base is going to be Scrivens, and now we've got Moore who comes to the plate. Amaji takes it high. He's playing right field today. First at bat, he threw it right back to the pitcher. Here he is again, trying to get something going with 2 outs here for Eleuthera. Columbus Isle on offense. McPhee, the batter, runners on first and second base.
That one hit to the third baseman. He will tag the bag.
There you go, and that's going to be it.
Out.
So I'll put out on third base for the out. It's out number 3. And we have completed 1.5 innings of play. And we're still looking for a breakout inning from both teams. Earlier jitters, but for the most part, we've seen where, again, leaving some 2 batters on base. So right now, as far as Columbus Isle, they've left actually 3 batters on base so far. And so here's another recall as far as what happened in the earlier game. Leaving those runners on base became crucial. But their defense was able to hold Grand Bahama. Grand Bahama could not generate any offense. That may not be the same case in dealing with Eleuthera, who will be able to come to the plate and see what they can bring to it. They'll start off with Tyler Nairn, who is the pitcher. Then they'll go to Rakini. And then also Mr. Culmer, who's in right field, will be the batters there as well. So right now we're 1-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. This one not moving as quickly as we saw earlier in our ball games. As again, some of the jitters with these guys.
And this being
so
that second game for Columbus Isle. We don't know at this point if the fatigue will set in for them. This being their doubleheader in this bronze match. But we'll see what happens. We saw in the first game against Grand Bahama, they were able to get on the board early, as I mentioned. And
racking up 4
runs, but their bats haven't been able to come around as yet in this game. And they are not a team who they kind of slowed down late in the innings, and where they capitalize is early on. And so that can be as a result of the fatigue that is settling. And it's a hot day. It's a hot day. We're dealing with degrees of about 90 now.
That's right.
And so,
I can tell you.
They had a break to sit in some AC, but I don't know if that was enough. It was about 2 hours, 1 hour and a half.
Hour and a half wait.
And then they're back on the field.
And also they were able to have a little bit of something to eat. And so that may have made them a little bit luggy, but we'll see how that ties into what they're doing today. Going back to the batters now for Eleuthera. The Adventurers is Tyler Nairn, who is doing the pitching. That's a strike.
Well, I tell you, when I was a kid, we would play baseball from morning until the sun went down. It didn't matter how hot it was. We was outside playing, running up and down, and that's when we were young.
Yeah. That's why I keep, when we heard them play Ronnie Butler's song, "Age is Nothing But a Number."
It's a lie.
Ronnie told a lie. Because there's nowhere in the world you can get out there playing what you used to do many, many years ago as a youngster playing the game. Yep, we've all had those moments, but now, no sir.
I wouldn't dream of it.
No, never. Nah, and it's a different scenario. I keep explaining to my children that years ago, the young man who came in from Florida by the name of Warner Von Brunn, he was the physicist and the engineer that helped America get to the moon. He used to vacation in Grand Bahama. He said, by the time I have children and grandchildren, I will not be able to carry them out on the beach. Global warming is coming. They knew it then. It's here. And now a reality. Globally, I'm sweating. Duran takes one down in the turf. Foul ball, and he fights it off.
Staying alive in the plate.
Way to go. Stays alive in this one.
It's always
1-1 is your score.
some of the boys that come out and collect the balls. I remember as a child that was the highlight
There you go.
of coming to the park.
That's a strike. And
Got him looking.
And the Eleuthera contingent over there, the adventurous fan base, are not happy with that.
I'm looking at it. You have them out there. They have jerseys on, and so that's good. The Eleuthera have a pretty good crowd attending to this game.
Tony Crane went and got everybody to come out.
That's right. I love it. I love it.
Yep, that one was down low, but the officials liked it as the bottom dropped out of it. That now brings up Mr. Rickinney.
As I mentioned, we've seen some pretty interesting calls throughout this entire tournament. You never know. That's why you can't take anything close.
Absolutely. And the count goes to 1-1. The umpires likes that strike zone down there. This one will be popped up into the air. Who has a beat on it? The center fielder does, and that's an out.
Cornelius barely getting his bat on that one. He looked like he didn't really want to swing for it, but he just touched it and was able to get out there. And so that's interesting.
That's it. See, the thing, too, also, is that you do not allow the umpire to get in your head. You know you got to find your pitch that you need to hit. This is Vandre Culmer. It's going to be down. You find your pitch. You know where the strike zone is. You know where you like the ball. Okay? If you like the curveball, you know what it looks like as soon as it leaves the pitcher's hand, and you pick it up and you swing. But you do not allow the umpire to get in your head and create a situation for you. And looking to see exactly what's going over there. So here's Mr. Culmer. That's going to be a high fastball.
Held on that bat, keep that head of the bat on his shoulders, coming across the plane.
He's been given some instructions here by the third base coach.
That one lifted to the left side. The left fielder making a play on it, and he catches it to get the out.
1, 2, 3. The inning there for the Columbus Isle Explorers, able to get out of that. So we are still tied at 1 between Eleuthera and the Columbus Isle Explorers. We've got a break coming, and then when we come back, we'll go to the top of the third. And when we do return, your batters will be Perez Burrows, followed by Ambrista, Bain, and then Martin in that order. 2 innings gone. We're coming to the third right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, as we move now to the top of the third inning. We're tied at 1 between Eleuthera and Columbus Isles. This is the bronze medal game in the baseball segment of the 6 Bahamas games. Coming to the plate now for Columbus Isles is Perez Burrows. That one's going to be down in the dirt. Making sure we have everybody in order. It's been a slow start for both teams so far. Very, very quiet now. The Team Eleuthera guys up there have calmed down a little bit. So they're not worried a little bit too much about what's going on. That one's going to be down there in the dirt. This has been fun.
Absolutely. Here now in the top of the third, the score is tied. Nothing to really rally about at this moment, and so we'll see if they will be quiet for the rest of this game, or whether Eleuthera will give them something to make noise about. But so far, interesting game, like you said.
Outside ball.
Extra excited now that the sun has kind of turned in.
Yeah, got a little cool.
Let's see how long that lasts.
Oh, shortly. Short-lived. Here's the pitch.
Good pitch.
Yeah, that's a pitch. Wow, that one simply just grooved on in there. So that was kind of interesting. See how it all works out. To the winner, the opportunity to play for the gold at 6 o'clock this evening. To the loser, the bronze medal, which will be awarded. We're tied at 1 here in the third.
That one lifted high into the left field. Left fielder going back. He was able to track it. Looked like he had a problem, but he was able to get his feet together to make the catch.
Fly ball out there into left field for the first out here.
Delva out there making the catch for Eleuthera.
Yeah, got spinned around quite a bit. That now brings up Najee Ambrista, who comes to the plate. Got to walk his first time up. Looking to see if he can find something over there. Defense pretty solid here for Eleuthera so far.
Absolutely. They're not making any mistakes or crucial mistakes on defense. And that is what wins games. You know, you put the ball into play and let your defense do the work. Let the guys out there get the outs for you, and you just do your job as the pitcher.
Talon Aaron doing the throwing here for Eleuthera. Looking for a good pitch here.
That
over
one is
the
on
top.
the inside, high inside pitch.
Came
that
over
is
the
a
top.
difficult ball to turn on.
Oh, very much so.
High inside pitch.
Yeah, you get jammed and you can't do anything with that at all. Here we go. Mr. Ambrista looking to get something going here. That's on the inside. Just missed.
You can see how...
I didn't think Mr. Nairn got the memo. This umpire likes it outside.
He looked at him, man. Come on, man.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
do you want?
yeah, he likes it on the outside. That one's down in the dirt. 3 balls and a strike. 1 out here in the top of the third inning. Najee was the first one to go inside the air-conditioned team rooms, and that's one of the wonderful attributes here at this facility is that the locker rooms are all air-conditioned, and the teams can get inside and cool off a little bit, bring that body temperature down, which is absolutely important.
That's the inside.
Inside, and that time got the corner. Yeah, he's going to have a word.
Yeah, the coaches and players telling him, hey, nothing close. If it looks, don't leave it to the umpire.
Anywhere near, go down swinging. You prefer to go down swinging than to go down looking. And the ball gets away from the catcher. And he'll run down to first base. And that one got away from the catcher. He'll lumber down there to first base. Struck out, but the ball got away. There you go, and he's off and running.
I know we said not to take anything close, but he certainly listened, took that literal, swinging at the low pitch.
And I think he got a little bit rattled with the inside strike that was called on him, and so he wasn't taking anything for granted. Wanted to make sure something there. Junel Bain now comes up. He walked his first time, his second time meeting Mr. Nairn. With one out here in the top of the third. Wow, he
cut.
swung at that high fastball.
Was far off from that one.
Way off. He'll get back in the box again. He really went after that pitch. Over there on first base on Bristol, who is going to run.
This one lifted to the third baseman. Andre Gardner getting the catch for Eleuthera. And that'll send Juno Bean back into the dugout and keep the runner on first.
That swung at that. He went at two high fastballs. Nothing in the strike zone at all. So he's gone, and here we go with Rashard Martin, who will come to the plate. Grounded out to the shortstop and had the base stolen.
That's
another one there.
Two stops by Andre Gardner to retire the side for Eleuthera. And as we said, they're playing pretty good defense out there.
Mm-hmm.
The defense is certainly working for them, and that's going well for Tyler Nairn, who didn't have to throw much in that inning, which will eventually work out well for them as we go down to the later innings in this game.
It's going to be interesting to see exactly when the bats from either team is now going to come to light. I think what has also happened is that the guys that's here from the Eleuthera Pineapple crew, they're up there. I can see the fan base. Tony Crane has got his crew all there, and so some of the players who have been competing over there at softball, the girls have come over to cheer on their baseball guys, and the Columbus Isle crew has turned around and they've got their fan base here on the third base side. So it's been an interesting scenario here as folks have been talking to each other back and forth. And so folks have come out to watch the game and watch the bronze medal game. The gold game will come your way at about 6 o'clock. And the hope is that some of the folks that are on their way home will come out and take a peek and see which team New Providence is going to play for the gold medal game, and whether it will be Eleuthera or whether it's going to be Columbus Isle. Columbus Isle says they want Nassau. They didn't even say New Providence. They say they want Nassau.
Well, you know, Nassau is the capital of Bahamas.
They don't want New Providence. They want Nassau. Edgecombe still out there. Hey, Farhan, who has been okay so far at this juncture. He's working on a one hit. He's given up so far. Struck out 2, but the defense has been there. There's been an error committed there, but nothing to brag about. But the defense on both sides of the ball have been playing exceptionally well. What I do like here is right now you have the two teams now just seeing if they can just make some things happen. Hopefully no errors and no mistakes. And that's the important part of what happens when you get here. When you get to the third inning, anything is possible.
This is call this the deciding.
And all of the games we've been calling for the past 4.5 days, whatever happens in the game happens. at the third inning.
This
Whether
is the
the
deciding
pitchers collapse
factor.
or the bats come alive. But something happens
Something happens.
in the third inning.
This is the deciding factor inning for most of these games.
That's
so
it.
what
We go
happens
now
here?
to Joel Miller. Leadoff batter. But base hit to left his first time up. This is his second time. And boy, he came out swinging with that one. He's got a quick bat. 1-1 is the count. Wow, he just tried to rip that one somewhere. That one down and away. 2 balls and a strike. On a beautiful Tuesday afternoon, the day after Independence. High. Working on 51 next year.
Certainly come a long way in this country.
Counting. Yep. Oh, that's going to be high.
Ooh.
So,
Thought he was going to call that one.
Yeah.
That's a pitch he calls. So.
yeah, he loves that high strike. Well, that one I think was maybe just a little bit too much out there to the outside, and so he didn't give you that one. You now have Delva, who's out there playing left field, tracked that ball down, and so had a good run out there. So he's pretty much so ready to go. He reached on a walk. This is his second appearance here in the bronze medal game.
So at this moment, it's pretty much the first team who's able to get their bats to come alive will possibly be the winner of this game. The first team that is able, I'm going to say, to get their bats to come alive, as we're now in the bottom of the third inning, can put themselves in a good position to take this game and head to the goal round.
And the pitching has been pretty good at this point. We have seen some pretty good pitching from Tyler Nairn, and this one here from Ferran Edgecombe to keep it a 1-1 game here through 2.5 innings of play. Trying to go for the pickoff, but nothing there. This young man on third base, Joel Bain, plays a very good third base as well. He is very, very agile. Okay, here we go. Back to the batter.
That is a good pitch. Strike.
That's a good looking pitch right there.
And I can tell when the umpire really likes it. He waits about a half a second before you get that one finger pointing to the right. He really likes it.
That's high.
Other than that, you just hear
Yep.
that
Yeah, it doesn't give you much of anything. 2 balls, 1 strike. And that one, he calls a strike.
Again. Yeah, he likes it. That's the way he likes
That's
it.
it. If he likes it, he gives you that pause and that one finger. Yeah. 2-2.
That one's high. Get away.
And got away. Catcher had it.
Just went off the tip of his glove and got away from him.
I think what has to happen here, and before the next Bahamas games, they need Cox Roll to have a training clinic with all the umpires and teach them how to call that strike, because Cox would have been dancing down the third base line. Show them how to call that fashionable strike.
Lifted high.
This one is more.
The second baseman makes the call, and he will get the catch for Columbus Isle.
Yep. Delva. And now Moore comes up. So we got 1 out. Again, a very defensive game so far. And good work by Mr. Edgecombe. Frankie's in the box.
Struck out during his last appearance. We'll see what he does now with a runner on second. That pitch is high.
And that one gets away.
And Miller will cruise on over to third.
Runner in scoring position now.
And this is when you want to have good control of the ball. You want to keep this game tied even for as long as possible, because like I said, it is the team that is able to get their bats to come alive and rally in this deciding inning. This is the
third inning. This is it.
The third inning. So
this is where things happen.
You really want to take control of this game and get control of your pitches.
Frankie in the box.
That one hit to the shortstop. The
Feels it.
The throw. Umpire says he got him in time. Frankie Moore hitting that one over to shortstop.
And he gets the RBI. So that's another run that scores. We'll make it 2-1. Like we said, folks, it's this third inning that things begin to happen. So with 2 outs, Ahmad Bethel now comes to the plate. Eleuthera leading at 2-1. That's a strike.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Strike 2 through that curveball. He couldn't catch up to it. 2-1. Here in the bottom of the third inning.
Bethel 0-2. Here comes the pitch.
Yes, he got it.
The curve ball and struck him out. Beautiful curve that left him hanging on the swing.
That's it. Couldn't do anything with that. But the reality is, the run scores, and the run scores, the walk given up to Joel Miller, going to second and third base on the pass ball, and then also a good stick there by Mr. Moore, Frankie Moore. And we've got ourselves a 2-1 game. And we've got ourselves a break coming. We're going to be back as we go to the fourth. This game moving right along. They say chug-a-luggin'. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Columbus Isle and the Adventures of Eleuthera. Eleuthera now leading this one 2-0 as we now move very quickly now to the fourth inning as we go to the top of the inning. And your batter is going to be Kevin Scrivens, who sets in the batter's box. He is your DH, and he comes out swinging. The order given to Columbus Isle is, guys, you got to hit. You got to come out here and hit the ball and do something quite positive. And that's exactly what they're doing there. Everyone's coming out hacking now. Let's see what goes here. Top of the fourth. off the fist. That's going to be strike 2 on the DH.
And a great job here by Eleuthera, keeping them at bay at 1, just scoring 1 run. This is a team that was able to get points on the board early in their last game, but in this affair, it seems that they're struggling. That one popped up to the right side.
And the catcher will put it away for out number 1. The catcher for Eleuthera, and that is Norman Bastian, hustling over there.
Great hustle by Bastian on that play.
He's able to get it. And so unable to make anything happen there. And so 1 is gone. And now you get Kyle Wims, who comes to the plate. So Wims need to see if he can be a spark here for Columbus Isle. Oh, awesome fastball. Awesome fastball by Tyler Martin. That didn't move. It just was a dart right into the glove. Right into the glove of Norman Bast, of your catcher. And that is Ahmad Bethel. And another one.
That is a good pitch to swing at. He just couldn't put the bat on it. And it looks like Kyle Wims, his arm has woken up. He's throwing fastballs down the line, darts.
Boy, listen, he is throwing some heat there. I guess I get that 1 run that he tabulated us now.
There you go. Got him out of there. Okay, I think Eleuthera is definitely in the building. I said, I wonder if they were going to get anything to wake up 1. I guess now the pitcher decides to say, hey, we're now in the 4th. Let's make something happen. And he's throwing darts. Struck out 1 batter for the inning.
Ajay Hart. And that one is a ball a little bit too low. So Mr. Hart here with 2 outs wants to see if he's able to jumpstart something here. Don't know how that's going to work. He'll step off just to get a good feel to see what's going on.
Here comes the pitch. And that one low on the inside.
A lot of baseball still to play, even though we are here in the 3rd.
Absolutely.
And fourth inning. We still have 2 more innings to go, so it can swing either way. It's only a 1-point ball game.
That's
going to be high. And they're playing them shallow, so they're not showing much respect here. They're playing them shallow. It's first time up.
It's hard going to make them pay for that. Is he able to make them pay for that?
Got to try to find a gap somewhere.
That one low.
That's in the dirt.
Inside.
Yep. And he gets a walk.
Tyler Naren giving up a walk. Hart now on first base.
Stephen McKenzie will come to the plate here in the top of the 4th. So we'll see here what's happening. Okay, taking some time now is Naren. Tyler took some time, walked around, got himself composed. And going back.
And this guy is making sure, Tyler Naren over there for Eleuthera is making sure that none of the runners are able to get a good lead on him since the start of this game. And perhaps factoring in, well, that's a wild pitch, and the runner will move over to second.
Go over to second base. That's it. And keep in mind, too, is looking at the catcher, Bethel. We look to Tyler and say, listen, man, that's me, okay? No problem. We got 2 outs. We only need 1. And the infield will chat and talk it over. one thing I like about the umpires that are calling the game, they all take their chest protectors on the field with them. Oh, my bad. That's belly. I'm going to get run out of this baseball stadium.
Most
Thank
definitely.
God.
I'm not going to be there with
Thank
you.
goodness this is the last day. 2-1 is our score as we are here into the top of the fourth. I'm not going to get into that, folks, but these guys have been a lot of fun to have call the game, and they've kept control of the game. And there was a lot of conversation in regards to having the umpires come from abroad to assist with the game. But they have been able to get everything moving, and there's been no bunch of conversation. Just ball, strikes, and outs.
That one lifted high to the left side. Can he make the catch?
Out of play.
Out of play. He connected with that one.
Yeah, he waited on that one and just lifted it a little bit high. What it does for our ball players, and having the seasoned officials here, they're also instructing our young ball players about certain attributes in terms of what they're doing on the mound. Also, when it does come for the situation with the actual bases, we saw in the Grand Bahama game with a little situation that was there at first base. The home plate umpire did explain to the coach and told him that, listen, okay, it's a bang-bang game, and these things do happen, but you need to control your players, get them back in the dugout, and that's exactly it. And that's going to, he gets hit by a pitch, and Doogie goes down to first base.
Boy, Doogie can move. He got out of the play of that one. Pretty.
Man, Doogie got nipped by a pitch. He only got nipped now. He's only 118 pounds. So he didn't get hit. Just got nipped on that jersey. The umpire says you got to go down the way, and he does. This now brings up Mr. McPhee. He's your right fielder. He, too, has been just waiting to find something to hit. So runners on first and second with 2 outs. That's a high ball. Now we're getting some chatter in the ballpark. So Doogie down at first base. Hard over there at second base. 2 outs. Down 2-1 is Columbus Island, needing something here to answer to that run that was given up in the bottom of the third.
That one
Right
back up the middle to the second baseman. He fumbles it. He tags
and
the
gets
back
the force
and
at
makes
second
the force
base.
out.
So right up the middle, but out. Number 3. And just like that, folks, we have ourselves a game for the Bronze. 2-1 in favor of Eleuthera. And who would believe that this is exactly how things would have turned out? And you can see the umpires all now making some changes. So right now, Eleuthera is going to be making some changes offensively. They want to bring some players in. They have a 2-1 advantage. So right now, what you end up doing is try to get some of your ball players in, but you got to be very careful because
very, very careful.
These guys are a little bit cold in terms of been sitting out. I mean, cold in terms of getting loose. Hot, yeah. This ballpark is hot, and it's been one of the unique features that we've had here today. Still on the mound for the Columbus Isle is Ferran Edgecombe. He's doing his due. And let's see what the changes are that they're going to be making right now for Eleuthera.
And there's one thing that's been consistent about this Eleuthera team and the coaching. Whenever when things doesn't seem to be working the way that he wants it to, he doesn't hesitate to make changes. If it's the pitcher, he doesn't hesitate to change the pitcher in the first inning if it's not working out. And here we are now at the bottom of the fourth, and they were unable to get the kind of runs that they needed on the board, and so he's coming out now to make some changes, and very strategic changes, because the game is still very much in reach for Eleuthera, and so he doesn't want to make anything that will harm them, any change that would harm them at this moment.
And that's exactly what they're doing, and now they're making some changes. It's I think it's 15 for 14, so I think they're going to take Bethel out and put. I don't understand why he would make that change right now. Okay, and 4 for 7. 15 for 14. So here we are, midway point, and they're going to be making some changes. And so Bastian will come to the plate. And Bastian reached on an error. And so he's going to come up. This is his second time at bat. Let's see what he can do here in the bottom of the fourth.
That one hit to the shortstop. He will field it to throw over to first. And he was able to pat the glove 2 times on that one, but still get the runner. So I don't know.
Well,
not much speed on the runner. So he was able to take his time and get the throw over to first.
Yeah, I'm going to have a word with Bastian. Listen, man, you can't stop 60 feet. You need to run 90 feet, all the way. Well, there again, softball is 60 feet.
60 feet.
So I think he's used to the 60 feet. Let's go. Andre Gardner will come up. His dad has played quite a lot of softball in Grand Bahama and also baseball. Relocated back to Eleuthera. And calling on Andre to get softball in Eleuthera up and running, as many of those veteran ball players years ago. Make it happen. Not because your son playing, it means that you could sit there and watch cable TV. You need to get out there and help. That's going to be a strike.
It's a good pitch on the inside.
This is a good statement for baseball, that all those guys who have become couch potatoes, you need to get involved and come back, as facilities are now on the drawing board for many of these islands.
Absolutely.
So those of you guys who have gone to the islands, now it's time for you to break out those old dusty cleats and see what you could do. Foul ball. Yep,
all for the development of the sport, to make sure that it doesn't die off with the generation or fall by the wayside.
Yeah, especially like Ken Roll, I know you watching and listening. Get your dead self out and help somebody. Down there in Zuma. Struck him out. I saw him during the regatta, and I told him, buddy, you need to get out here. You've been one of our better ball players for many years in the country. Get a youth program going and get the young ball players involved. Get them involved. Make it happen. Here we go. Here's the pitch now, and this one is going to be to Turan. Turan is your pitcher. Pitcher to pitcher. 2-1 the game here in the bottom of the fourth inning.
That one lifted to center field. He will make the running catch.
There you go.
To retire the side.
Very good game at this point, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing some very good baseball. 1 or 2 errors that could have gone either way. We've got ourselves a 2-1 game. Eleuthera leading the Columbus Owls. And when we come back, we'll be going to the 5th inning. Time's running out for the Columbus Isle, and for the Venturers, they're sitting on a 1-run advantage. We'll be right back to the park in just a sec. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready now to tackle what is going to be now the fifth inning of play. It's a 2-1 game for Eleuthera, leading Columbus Isles here in the bronze game. The loser gets the bronze. The winner will get a hour-and-a-half to 2-hour break, and then they'll find themselves having to play New Providence at 6 o'clock for the gold, and it's 2-1. And here we go with your batter, Perez Burrows.
Pop that one up to the right side. Can he make the catch? Yes, he does.
And the Eleuthera fan base that's here is celebrating.
That is Wandy Culmer out there making the catch for Eleuthera to get the first out on the pop fly by Perez Burrows.
3 officials calling the game, so they're right on top of everything. Remember now, this will go 6 innings. And now you have Najee Umbrista, who's going to come to the plate. Struck out his last time at bat, and also received a walk. And that one's grooved right there, right in there. Tyler Nairn doing the pitching for Eleuthera.
That one
There you
is
go.
outside.
What?
Ball.
1-1. I heard that comment. Come on, Ty, give him the pineapple pitch. What a comment from the fan base here at the ballpark. That one took a little bit off of that, and that one hit the turf. 2 balls, 1 strike. Coach Adderley over there in the third base box for Columbus Isle. A little concern here now because he's running out of real estate in terms of having innings to play in here in the 5th. 1 out. Najee Umbrista is your batter.
The pitch.
And that's going to be a dead ball.
Najee just getting on top of that one, but if he is able to connect the bat with that ball, he can be a dangerous batter and very in the batter's box.
Oh, we'll see what he does here. Interesting observation here. 2-1 the count.
That one over the third baseman's head, and that will be a base hit for Umbrista.
Just like you said, all he needed to do was to find one to drive, and he was able to get that one. Now here's where you have Janelle Bain that comes to bat. And Janelle popped up, walked, and then popped up in his last at bat. A very quick visit here to the mound by Team Eleuthera coach. And I'm trying to figure out how these guys are doing it. The coaching staff of the Eleuthera Explorers are wearing long sleeve, dry fit shirts today.
Perhaps the kind of weather they are used to in Eleuthera.
Well, that's true too. That's true too. It's a different kind of heat.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, you know.
That one on the outside.
Staying down, that's Janelle Bain, your first baseman here for Columbus Isles. Looking for something here to happen. Runner gone. Throw outside. Oh, safe.
The catch there is going to have to be much quicker than that.
Najee Umbrista has learned how to slide. Started sliding midway point and then got to the base without having any issue at all. It took him a little while to figure out how to slide, but he has been able to. He did that quite nicely. That's high, 2 balls. Little encouragement coming from the stands to Tyler Nairn, trying to get him to calm down. That's the tying run there on second base, with one out here in the top of the 5th inning. Coach Adderley talking to his players and telling them, listen, we got to make something happen. That's going to be a strike. Nice curveball that came right back inside. Janelle looking for something here to hit in the gap somewhere. Let's see if he can find something to hit. No, they went inside and jammed him. They did the same thing with him in the 3rd inning here in the 5th. They're doing the same thing. They jammed him on the inside. So oddly enough now, here we go. Here's a big pitch, 2-2 to count. Runner gone. That one's popped up into the air. And a double play.
Double play as Bristol took off running in the pop fly, and he did not tag up on the bag. And a big play by Eleuthera to get out of that inning and make some things happen as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
You know, you gotta be thinking about what you're doing, and right there and then, Janelle Bain has to be looking in terms of what he did. That's a high ball.
Yeah.
And he went at that high ball and turned around and didn't look at the fact that you got a runner who is already gone. And if he is gone and given the base, you only have one out, given the base, and it's a high ball. The ball's up well over your head. And
it was an easy pop fly. I didn't understand the running there. It was not good running at all. Easy pop fly. I don't see how he didn't tag the bag. I don't know if that was the third baseman coach's fault, telling him to hold.
Well, I'll tell you what, Adderley had called him.
Well,
and
there
so
you go.
He gave him the go to run. All right? But sitting and watching, Joel Bain just didn't see what's going on in terms of whatever. And when yes, you must be cognizant of what's going on in the batter's box, but you've also got a view to see that your runner out here has already begun. And so little mental lapse. And so it's been a costly venture for the Columbus Isle.
A venture that may have caused them the game if Eleuthera was able to rally at this point. You know, that was a crucial inning. Now at the bottom of the 5th we go. There's only one inning left to play, and if Eleuthera is able to get their bats going, they will advance.
Boy.
Those are the kinds of mistakes you don't want to make so late in the game.
And McKinney comes to the plate, and let's see what he can do here. Fly to center field his first time up. This is his second appearance here in a 2-1 game in favor of Eleuthera. To the loser goes the bronze. To the winner, an opportunity to play for the gold medal. Ken Adderley over there. I got a funny feeling he's going to whip out that New Testament in a minute.
What does it mean? He's going to book it?
He got to pull it out. He can't believe what's going on in terms of how his team has turned an about face.
Okay,
and going from there.
As though the first base official sent Jono Bean into the dugout. I don't understand if he may have said some words or said something to the official or someone in Eleuthera's dugout, and the first base official heard him and called him out of the game.
Yep, that's exactly what happened, and so, yep, he's going to be ejected. So he's gone, and he has gone straight to the locker room to soak up some air condition.
And he is heated.
And so the coach wants to come out and talk to the umpire and find out exactly what happened there.
And you know, this is when we see those the emotions run high late in the game, especially when there's so much on the line. These players coming here to play, and not only play but win, especially after playing so many games to get to this point. And this being a bronze medal game, and the winner of this advancing to the finals, this is high stakes. But they have to keep their composure. You come this far, you want to make it to the finals. This thing isn't over. You have to keep your composure.
Got to stay calm and stay cool. And at the same time, over there is Rakeni, who was getting some instructions there from the coach to determine exactly how that's all going to play out for him. So Eleuthera with a 2-1 advantage here in the bottom of the 5th inning. And against the players from Columbus Isle losing their heads, saying some things to the umpires. You don't want that to happen. That's a ball. And trust me, anything you say, you get tossed it.
They will toss you.
Carl Nottage learned that.
The hard way.
Carl Nottage became the first player in baseball to get tossed from the game in the game here against Columbus Isle earlier.
That's one lifted to the shortstop of Columbus Isle, and he will make the catch to get the out.
Out one there as Rakeni is gone. Now we bring Culmer. But Andre, who will come to the plate, flew to left field. His second appearance here. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. That's going to be a little bit high. A little encouragement there from the Columbus Isle dugout. That one's on the outside. It'll be 2 balls on young Mr. Culmer. That's a ball.
That's a ball. Oh, wow. Bottom of the 5th inning. Eleuthera leading 2-1. It's still pretty much anybody's ball game at this point.
That's a strike.
A strike. Hey, he was ready to run to first base, but umpire says strike.
Okay, like I said in our first opening game on Friday, we don't call the plate. We just call it like we see it.
Ooh, you can't take those
like
pitches. You have to swing. You have to swing the bat on those ones.
That's it. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
That one is chopped over to the third base
Fair.
side. The throw to first. And the save. A good hustle there
by Mr. Culmer to leg it out, and he got there. For some reason, I don't know what happened there. The ball died on the third baseman, and that's a very long throw all the way over there.
It did. It didn't bounce up as quick as it normally does.
And
he will go over to second base.
He cannot be on the rubber without the ball. And so they tried a trick play there just now. The first baseman had the ball. The pitcher went to the mound without the ball, and yes,
and he can't be
he
on
can't
the
do
mound
that.
without the
right,
ball.
you got to have the ball, and so going over to second base is going to be Culmer, just like a balk.
Crucial mistake there.
Absolutely, and so Joel Miller now comes up, and now in scoring position is Eleuthera with only 1 out. There you go. That's going to be a strike. Count goes to 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Curveball, but that one's going to be high.
Tried to
2
get him on
balls
the
and a
curve
strike.
just now. He laughed. He said, okay, I'll bring it down a little bit. Let me bring it down a little bit. Let's see if he's going to go for the curve again. Here we go.
One out here in the bottom of the fifth. Runner on second base.
And he did
that
go
one
for the curve.
Got the curveball right back and took it right there to even the count at 2-2. Shot into left field.
Line to left. The runner
And they're
from
going to set
second
it.
will score.
Here's the throw.
Here's the throw. Yes,
No,
he
it gets
will
away.
score. And Comer making his way around third. And that is the rally that Eleuthera was waiting on this entire game. And they got it off a bad throw and a line drive by Comer into left field to get on third base. And this entire stadium just came alive.
Absolutely. 3-1 now your score. What a shot there down the line by Joel Miller. Delva now will step into the box. Remember now, there's only one out here in the bottom of the fifth inning. So Delva now took a walk, popped up to the shortstop. Now this is his third appearance at the plate. Eleuthera up in this one, 3-1. Going to be hit up in the air. First baseman underneath it. And they'll get it. So that's 2 outs. Frankie Moore now comes up. Struck out. Thrown out by the shortstop. Got a runner on third base. It's a 3-1 ball game. And he's getting all kinds of encouragement from the Eleutheran fans that's here at the ballpark. Popped up into the air.
And Eleuthera
That's going to go back out of play.
now swinging this bat and making contact on this ball. That was the rally needed to get them up, which they certainly are.
That's it. And the ball boys all fighting to get a ball here.
And a swing,
Swing
and a miss.
And the home plate umpire will come out and talk to the pitcher. And he told the pitcher, listen, man, I got to catch a flight tonight. I don't need to go home, bruise up, okay?
This is day 5, the final day of baseball.
That's it.
And the 6th edition of this Bahamas Games has been a beautiful 5 days. We've seen a lot of great baseball, a lot of great plays, some questionable calls, some heated games.
And heated ballpark.
And
we want to thank Mother Nature for giving us a break with no rain. We had just a little sprinkle today, but it has been 5 beautiful days of baseball and 5 beautiful days of the Bahamas Games with no weather concerns at all compared to what we had here the first part of the month and the end part of June. Oh, man, I tell you, you couldn't even drive downtown. Now you could walk and do everything else you want on the island because the rain has not interfered with the games, which is a blessing in more ways than one. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Yes, Mr. Moore. That one didn't come down. There we go. 3-1. Runners on third base. And they want to make sure that the third baseman, Perez Burrows, gets off the bag. He was playing for the pickoff, but nothing was there. That one's going to be down in the turf. So Mr. Moore looking pretty good here. And the bottom of the 5th inning.
Moore struck out and grounded out to shortstop during his last appearance. And that is a strike.
That's going to be a strike. There you go. And
That will retire the side.
that'll retire the sides. 3 outs. So 2 strikeouts there by Mr. Moore. And we have completed 5 innings of play. It is a 3-1 game. And a very quick powwow over there by the team of Columbus Isles. And on the other side of the coin, looking good. And in the driver's seat is none other than, Eleuthera. They need 3 outs. And then this one is over here in the top of the 6th. A break coming. When we come back, Columbus Isles needs some runs to stay alive. Eleuthera needs 3 outs. And then a chance to go to the gold medal game. We'll be right back, everyone. Welcome back, everybody, to the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. It is a 3-1 game. Eleuthera leading Columbus Isles. We're here in the top of the 6th inning. And for Team Eleuthera, they need 3 outs. For Team Columbus Isles, they need to score 2 runs to extend it, and also 1 run to take an advantage. And right now, we have to the plate Rashad Martin, and he takes the strike.
Everything laying on this appearance at the plate for Columbus Isle. If they are unable to make something happen, it's over for them, and they will be your bronze medal winner. And that is a good drive by Bean into the right side.
Down the corner, and he is still fumbling the ball. He will stay there at second base. So the base hit and the extra base down there. Rashad on the right side. Right fielder had all kind of issues over there, making some things happen.
He will get a pinch runner. He's your catcher.
Yep. So he'll get a pinch runner to come in. This is a Jam Cumberbatch, who is a pinch hitter. So a Jam Cumberbatch is in the game for Scribbins. Cumberbatch takes the strike. That one's on the outside. The Columbus Isle fans not happy with that at all.
one is high.
Keep in mind, too, that Norman Bastian is now taking over the pitching duty here for Eleuthera.
Swing and a miss.
Yep. Strike two. Cumberbatch. And struck
Got
him out.
him. That is a good pitch. Down the heart of the plate. Great fastball there.
Absolutely. He threw that one.
Get him looking.
Threw that one like he knew exactly what he was doing with it.
I think that's the hardest ball I've seen thrown from this guy.
Yeah.
Looks like he waited until the last.
Listen, he put something on that just now. Okay, now we end up going to Kyle Wims.
And every play at this moment is crucial for Eleuthera.
Andre Gardner playing behind the plate, blocked it up.
Great block. You don't want to miss anything at this point and give Columbus Isle an opportunity to score. You want to close them out here, so every play counts.
And that's a
Got
strike.
him on the outside.
Bastian painting those corners, man. 3-1. One out here. Top of the sixth. That one's high, far out, way on the outside. 2 balls and a strike. Bastian looking for something here. Off the fist, popped up in the air.
The catcher looking to make a play. Unable
Into the
to get there.
stands. Andre Gardner threw that headgear off and went over there.
Listen, they're trying to close this thing out by any means necessary.
Any means at all. Tyler Nairn over there goes to third base. He was your starting pitcher. Now we have Norman Bastian, who is trying to close it out and move to the gold medal game. And got him, struck him out.
And I think this is a great pitching change for Eleuthera, bringing in this guy in the very end to close this thing out, because Columbus Isle is unable to make contact as he struck out another batter. And now they're playing for one. And everyone on their feet.
Andre Gardner put up that one finger. Ajay Hart.
That's the pop-up, and this catcher is on
underneath
it.
Yes!
Got it, and that will be the end of the ball game. Columbus Isle will go to the final round, and they will face New Providence tonight. Your bronze winner, Eleuthera will go to the final round. Your bronze winner, Columbus Isle.
They will play at 6 o'clock. And gallant effort here by Columbus Isle. Given the circumstances, having to play Grand Bahama, defeat Grand Bahama, and then come out and again come up against Eleuthera. This is Eleuthera's first game, and they now will get an opportunity to take a little break and then get ready for the Classic Showdown at 6 tonight, when they will in turn have to deal with New Providence. 3-1 is your score. And it'll be Eleuthera and New Providence playing for the gold this evening at 6. So you guys out there in TV land and all the other land, and there's the Eleuthera fan base, and they're celebrating. They're going to be going to the gold medal game. They're going to be having themselves a celebration and having everything going on. It's great to have this kind of support, to have them. So your 6 o'clock game is going to be a dandy. Make sure you guys do in turn come out and support the players that's really left it on the field. For this one, Eleuthera is going a run in the first, turned around and got another plated run in the third, and then in the fifth inning, able to plate Mr. Culmer, who in turn also got a walk and got a base hit, and then by virtue of the base hit by Joel Culmer, able to come around and score in that one. And as far as Columbus Isle, only one run in this one, and they actually scored that in the first inning and has not done anything since then. Hats off to Tyler Nairn, your pitcher, who had a very, very good outing. He was then relieved by Norman Bastian, who came in and took out the team with gave up a base hit, but he also able to strike out the additional batters, 2 batters and a pop-up, and there you have it. And Ramiko Knowles is standing by, and he's got the Eleuthera Adventurous Coach, the Pineapples. That makes you fine. Go ahead, Ramiko.
Absolutely, Rick. I'm standing by with Ray Wells, the head coach for the Eleuthera team. Beautiful game. You guys came in and looked like you had a game plan, scoring 3, getting 1 on the board early, another one in the third inning, another one in the 5, and to shut things out. Tell us about this feeling moving on to the final round.
It's a good feeling because we had a not so good outing last night against Nassau, but the guys went home, get some rest, and we came out to play baseball. Secured a win for Eleuthera.
Absolutely. I hear that there's a lot of people from Eleuthera in the stands. What did that do for your players once you saw that rally come in and they started to scream?
Oh, we appreciate the energy a lot. It motivated the guys, and they left it all out on the field today.
All right, Coach Wells, you're now headed into the final round to face New Providence. How do you think that one's going to turn out?
We'll try our best, you know. The game play between the white lines, so we go from there.
Any words for the folks back in Eleuthera?
Eleuthera Pineapples.
Well, there you go. There you go. Ray Stubbs, Coach Ray Stubbs for Eleuthera, sending the word back to the folks at home. We know that they have a large contingent of persons from Eleuthera in the audience that are cheering them on. And so we'll see what happens in the final round of baseball here tonight at the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. Back to you.
Yeah, this is a very, very good game. The win goes to Tyler Nairn. Tyler Nairn had a wonderful game in terms of how he was able to make some things happen. The save, that goes right over there to Norman Bastian. The side here for the Explorers is that they left a lot of runs on bases. They left some 4 runs on base. They left 1 on base in the first, 1 on base in the second, 1 on base in the fourth, and in the fifth, and unable to do much of anything, and also turned around and left 1 in the 6th inning. So had they got those runs to score, it would have been a very different scenario here as they are getting their team photos. But a good run by Columbus Isles to get to this point after coming out and having a bumpy start, but stayed in the tournament, stayed together as a team, and there they are. They are your bronze medalists, and congratulations to the Columbus Isles. Coming up later on tonight will be the gold medal game. And here comes the commissioner with the medals for the team. And the team will come over and get their medals now. The bronze. And I tell you, this has been a long, long time. And also coming out to present the medals, the executives are coming out, the chief officials, also the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture coming out to present the medal. The Honorable Mario Boleg. So he's here to present the first medal for the baseball. Harrison Thompson, the chairman of the games, also here today. So we will get Team Columbus Isle to come out, and we do have the minister also who's going to address the fans here as well. And we'll give those medals out in just a sec. The minister has been making his rounds to the various facilities here as well. So a wonderful outing for them as the medals to be presented in baseball. The gold and silver will be presented later on this evening. And that game is set for a 6 o'clock start right here at the Andre Rogers National Stadium. And so you can see here as the minister now will make his way to present those medals. So for the Columbus Isles, It's been 5 days of baseball, playing in some cases twice a day. And here they are now getting their awards. The gold medal game will be tonight at 6, which is going to be very interesting. Also, Harrison Thompson, who is the chairman of the Bahamas Games, also assisting is Martin Park Burrows, and also the technical director of the tournament as well, Teddy Sweeting, and to make sure that the medals are presented. Wow, for these guys, it's a wonderful feeling, having a flashback to the first Bahamas Games and winning the bronze medal in baseball when I played. Still have that medal. It may not be as shiny as it was then, but it's still a memorabilia. And playing in the first baseball game, and here these young men will get their medal, and they'll be able to say to their family and friends the importance of these medals and how they in turn can be used. As you do know, the 7th Bahamas Games will be another opportunity for these athletes to perform in front of a wonderful crowd. We hope that the games will also be spread out throughout the Bahamas in the next edition. It'll be great to have the athletes go to the islands and experience the island flavor and the competition. And it may be a taxing venture, but it's a worthwhile thought to have some of the games in the various islands, and so that we as a country, as we unite ourselves through sports, and sports is the only entity that helps to unite our people. Sports fans and teammates are for life, and you will have a teammate for a lot of time. I can remember my Little League teammates. We're still together. Don't go there, Ramiko. Don't go there.
I'm quiet. I didn't say anything. I just know it was a long time ago, but I didn't say it.
Don't go there.
But this is absolutely beautiful. We've seen, we have had a great 5 days of game, and this being the 5th day, and we're coming down to the end of it all. Eleuthera are moving to the final round to take on New Providence tonight, who's been undefeated throughout the entire session of this baseball tournament. And all the marbles will be out tonight. The fans will be out tonight. And so we just saw Columbus Isle get their bronze medals. And so these guys will go back home with some hardware, and that's what they fought for. Obviously, they wanted to make it into the final round, but nonetheless, you came away with something versus some of the other teams. We had nine teams that came into this baseball thing, and we're ending with bronze, silver, and gold. And so we're happy, and a great game to you guys so far.
There you go.
Awesome, man. Great game for these guys so far.
Great game for them, and they had a wonderful time. And so we have completed our afternoon game. We have another one coming your way at 6 o'clock. So what we will do is send it back to the studios. I'm going to be heading to the beach. I'm going out to get a cool swim and then come back. And then I also find me two 5-pound bag ice. Been a wonderful day so far. We'll be back in New Providence in Eleuthera. Gold medal at 6 o'clock right here. Stay with us. More baseball coming your way later on today. Ricardo Lightbourne and Miko Knowles. Back to you guys, and have a wonderful time, guys. See you in about an hour or so.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium for what is going to be an interesting night. Tonight is called the Championship Series. Now, we have to explain this to you. I'm Ricardo Lightbourne. I'm joined by Romiko Knowles. And this is a good one in terms of the decision that's been made and the format of this tournament in that regard. We saw earlier the bronze game where we saw Eleuthera defeated Columbus Isle 3-1. Eleuthera got the bronze. And now here we are in the gold medal series. How does that work?
Well, this is something that we just found out a few minutes ago. This is a gold medal series, which pretty much means because Nassau, New Providence Buccaneers, is undefeated in this tournament so far. They've won all their games. They're now facing Eleuthera, who lost a few games. And if Eleuthera wins this game, they will then have to play New Providence again in order to get that gold medal. So that's the interesting scenario here, and that's how things are panning out. However, if New Providence wins this game, that's it. So that's how this one is going. And now we head to the diamond. Let's play ball.
Wow, I tell you what, it's been an interesting scenario for us to basically be able to get a full understanding of how the tournament, in terms of how it's run, because here you have Eleuthera, who just won a minute ago with a 3-1 win over Columbus Isle. They got the bronze, and here they are now. The first batter popping up is Joel Miller. Now we go to Andre Gardner. Gardner is going to be doing the catching here in the ball game. For New Providence, setting the defense for you, your pitcher is going to be Chad McKenzie. Doing the catching behind the plate is going to be Roberto Lamar. On first base, you have Sanchez Sands. Second base is going to be Perez. That's Charlton, Ferran Charlton. The shortstop is Devin Monroe. Over there is the only Knowles we know who could play ball right now, and that's Austin Knowles. In left field is Tate Isaac. Center field, Andre Arthur. And in right field is Deshaun Forbes. Your batter is Andre Gardner, who did the catching in the latter part of the game just a minute ago, and now he's here at the plate, and he takes a strike down the heart of the plate. They've got a 3-umpire rotation, and so this one should move pretty quickly. Again, the winner, if it's New Providence, if they win the goal. If they lose, we will play a second game to determine who will win the goal.
Which will be Eleuthera's third game of
today
of the night.
And New Providence will be their second game of the day. Interesting enough. So that's the format that the Federation, the Bahamas Baseball Association, has utilized. And your batter now is Dominic Monroe, who is at the plate. He will play first base here this evening. And the sun setting now, which is cooling off the stadium just a little bit. And a wonderful evening for baseball.
Absolutely. Talking about Chad McKenzie, the pitcher for New Providence, this is a new guy. I've seen New Providence play 3 times throughout this tournament, and I have not seen this pitcher. And so when you talk about New Providence as a team, they have a well-experienced team. Anyone can go on the mound, anyone can play any position, and that's what we've been seeing with this team, and perhaps one of the reasons they are undefeated throughout this tournament thus far.
And that's it, and that one's going to be popped up to the right side. And going out there, nothing happening as far as that one is concerned. So your count now goes to 2-1. Boy, everything is moving in a unique manner here today. What a day we've had so far. And seeing the games that came out. 4-1, Columbus Isle over Grand Bahama. And then 3-1, Eleuthera defeating Columbus Isle.
So that's a strikeout. McKenzie sending that batter to the dugout. That was Dominic Monroe, struck out. And 2 strikeouts for McKenzie in this gold medal series.
Gold medal series. It's not just a game. It's a gold medal series. So the idea here is to see if New Providence can hold on. If they win the gold. If Eleuthera win, we will stay right here and have a second game at 8 o'clock. And so
It's already been a long day for you and I. We've been on the park from 8 o'clock this morning and watching all of these games, and now we come down to this final day and final round of games. But interesting day so far. We've seen some hearts get broken.
Absolutely.
Some very heated plays, some heated calls, and heated players, and heated park.
Yeah, the heated park at that. Tried to go and sneak out of here and say, I'm going to have me a break. As soon as I got near the outside, the security grabbed me and asked me, wait, listen, you can't go nowhere.
Can't go nowhere.
You go to the beach now, you can't come back for this game, and you know this is serious. And so I've been snagged back just to make sure this one comes up. Coming up now for New Providence is going to be Roberto Lamar. He'll be followed by Devin Monroe. Then Austin Knowles, who's playing third base, comes in. Tate Isaacs will be the batter. That'll be followed by Mr. Arthur Sanchez Sands, also Dalen Culmer, also Deshaw will be here as well. And then you've got Mr. Charlton. So in that order, New Providence will come out. They've got all kinds of tools here, so anything is possible and probable, but we'll have to see here. Also doing the pitching right now is going to be Mr. Bastian. He closed out the game against Columbus Isle as he came to the mound, and so he will pick up where he left off, and he's also working with Andre Gardner, who is behind the plate, and we'll see how they're able to work out. The thing here now is whether or not Eleuthera, after playing that game earlier, got an opportunity to relax a little bit, take in some of the air conditioning to cool off, and then be able to come out here ready to play, whereas New Providence coming out here fresh, haven't played a game today. This is their first game, and we'll see how they're able to perform in this one. Championship Series.
Bastian, the pitcher for Eleuthera, had an opportunity to warm his arm up a little bit as he closed out the game against Columbus Isle, and he struck out those last two batters to close out that game. And so what I've seen so far from this pitcher is that he has a pretty decent fastball. He has some speed on it, so we'll see if New Providence is able to do anything with it. Up to in the batter's box now is Roberto Lamar. We've seen this guy at the plate several times throughout this tournament, and he can be a dangerous batter as well. And so we'll see if he can make something happen for their team early on.
Here's the pitch, and that's a strike. Oh, we got a big-time umpire tonight. He's hollering, strike. There you go. We've had two today who haven't said a word yet.
Pointing that finger.
Yep, that's all we've got.
There you go.
It's one finger. Now we're getting a calling umpire.
There you go. Left side for Roberto Lamar. Left fielder running back, and he made the play. Got it just at the wall. That one was almost 320. I told you this little guy, he may be small, 18 years old, but he's able to hit the ball.
Good tracking out there in left field by Sean Roll for Eleuthera to go after that one. He followed it all the way down the line and all the way to the fence and got it. That's a big out there, and you could tell right now looking at Bastian, he's pretty happy that they got that particular out there. And now we end up going to Devin Monroe. That one's going to be high. Monroe is wearing number 6 and playing the 6th position. He's your shortstop for New Providence here in the Championship Series. That one's going to be a little bit low, and the officials will change the ball there. So they're changing up the baseball as the one got away. And so that's going to be 2 balls on young Mr. Monroe. One out here in the bottom of the first inning. That's a strike.
A good pitch on the inside to get the first strike.
Now I feel like I'm in a ball game. Hearing the umpire holler, strike. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, at one point they were putting us to sleep.
That one fouled off, out of play.
Right there. Taking note, that's Andre Gardner, who's behind the plate doing the catching. Well, he's bouncing like crazy right now. Had a very good game to close out the win against Columbus Isles earlier today. This afternoon, that is. That's a curveball, and that one is way behind the batter, and the ball goes out into center field. The second baseman will get it, and throw it back in. So we have one out here in the bottom of the first inning. On the on-deck circle, it's Austin Knowles. Swing and a miss on that one.
And he will go back to the dugout. Norman Bastian recording his first strikeout for Eleuthera.
2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Austin Knowles comes to the plate. Looking now to see if he can continue. He's been hit by at least 3 balls today, 4 balls so far.
Yesterday from what
yeah,
we've seen.
got 4 of them. Got socked 4 times, and let's see if he
what we do know
gets socked today.
Is he can take a hit.
You got that right. He's a durable little guy over there for third base.
That one hit to the left side, foul ball.
Foul ball, says the umpire, so it'll go back. The count goes to 1-1. There we go. 2 outs. Austin Knowles, your batter, wearing number 4 and playing third base. That one is a little bit high. Knowles will step back in the batter's box. That's outside. Now making the count 3 balls, 1 strike.
You can see from this fastball that it has a little zip at the end, and that means that it's a 2-seam fastball that he throws, and so you have to keep your eye on it once it releases from his arm.
And Knowles popped this one up, but it's going to go out foul over on the first base side into the bullpen down there in the back. So now the count goes to 3 balls and 2 strikes on the New Providence third baseman.
I'm interested in seeing what else this pitcher has in his repertoire.
Got him on the outside, struck him out. So a 1-2-3 for Mr. Norman Bastian, and Eleuthera able to not give up anything there. New Providence also not giving anything. We've completed 1 inning of play, which means that the championship series is all even, 0-0 as we go to the top of the second. And when we do come back, we'll start it all off with Mr. Frankie Moore, and then we'll go to Mr. Bastian, and then Sean Roll in that order. This is the championship series. New Providence and Eleuthera. We'll be back here to the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium in just a sec. Welcome back, everybody, as we are live here in beautiful the Andre Rogers National Baseball Stadium. This is the championship series between the New Providence Buccaneers and the Eleuthera Adventures. We are scoreless at this juncture. We go to the top of the second inning, and Frankie Moore is your batter. He's also playing shortstop. And so there you go. The official wants the music off, and I don't blame him, so the players can concentrate on what they're doing. Chad McKenzie is doing the pitching for New Providence, and that one is down and in the turf. Roberto Lamar is now the catcher for New Providence and able to block it up. These guys can play every position on the field.
That's a good hit between the gap of left and center field.
Base hit. Left fielder had a little issue out there with that one, but that's a base hit. Kept it right in place. So Frankie Moore able to jump on that pitch and drive it out in the left field. That'll now bring him Norman Bastian, who is your pitcher. And he, too, has had a pretty good bat throughout the series. And so let's see what he could do here as he will face Chan McKenzie. Foul back, and that's going to be a strike. Strike one.
Look at Bastian's batting stance. He's right up on the plate, which means he covers his swing can cover most of the plate. The inside, he has that. The outside, he'll be able to reach, and so you're going to have to throw him down or throw to him.
Mm-hmm. Also, take a peek at that bat. He has a short bat, and he uses a compact swing. He just got to make contact somewhere. We'll see what he does. But again, keep in mind that McKenzie is a cagey pitcher. And that's a little high heat. Count goes now to 1-1. A threat to run over there at first base, Frankie Moore. We've seen Frankie in a couple games also take a pretty good lead on the bases, and they want to keep him honest. Keep him honest and go over there.
So we got a runner on first for Eleuthera. Frankie Moore with a nice base hit over to the left side. Norman Bastian looking to make some things happen.
And that's a ball high. You want to do something with that. A little communication over there to the shortstop, trying to figure out who is going to take it. And they're looking at a check swing.
You just want to make sure. I don't blame him. That's a strike. Let's get the strike.
Just want to make sure if he turned or not. Let him know that, you got to. Okay, he didn't go, but he's supposed to appeal to the first base umpire right away. And the ball gets away down in the dirt, and so runner will advance to second base. So they go for the pickoff. One got away from the first baseman over there playing, that is Sanchez Sands, who tried to scoop it up, but it stayed down, got underneath the glove, rolled all the way to the fence, and moving over to second base is Frankie Moore.
One of the things we've talked about throughout this tournament and series is what happens when mistakes are made. Teams pay for those mistakes late in the ball game, especially if runs are scored off of those mistakes. That's a pop fly to the right field, and he is there to get it.
So one out here as Bastian went to the right side, popped it up in the air. That now brings up Sean Roll, and he's going to see what he can do here. So Sean Roll looking to, he's going to show a little bunt here. There's McKenzie, a good look at him.
I told you we were ready.
there you go. That's a very good friend. Tony Crane from Eleuthera said, yep, I told you we was ready.
Came over to the booth just to let you know.
Yeah,
I told you.
I
was here. He's right. They're here. And
they're here in the gold medal series. Ball down in the dirt. He has a throw, not in time, and a stolen base.
Great stop by Knowles there to stop the ball from going into left field, because that he potentially stopped a run there.
That one was down in the dirt, so Sean Sands sitting there, looking to see if he can do something in a positive manner. There's a good look at the pitcher, Chan McKenzie for New Providence. Here's the pitch. That one was a little bit down. That's going to be a ball. Beautiful shot from the outfield.
For the next Bahama games, we're going to work on getting that box for the strike zone.
Yep.
We have a better look at what's happening over there.
And we'll find out which umpire gets the chance to call the plate in the championship game.
That is a swing, and he fouled that one off.
Now that's 2 strikes on him. So now he's got to protect the plate. There is young McKenzie. Looking very strong here, early ball game. This is the top of the second of the championship series.
And a
Struck him
swing
out.
and a miss. A strikeout.
2 outs. That was a challenge pitch. It was basically a statement. Okay, there it is. You want to hit it? See what you could do with it. And here's a delivery. There you go. That head was gone to the left side well before. He was just hoping to buck up to something. Here's Tyler Narin. That one's just in. Oh, it got in the corner.
The corner.
There you go. Got
That's
a strike.
McKenzie's third strikeout here, now in the top of the second. So this may be a high strikeout game in terms of
And
pitching.
that one's off the mark. 1-1 is the count.
I think the most I've seen so far is about 7 in
Yep.
the game.
Looking now to see exactly whether he can put this one here in the book.
That one on the inside.
And taking a very good lead down there on the third base side is Frankie Moore. He's waiting. He's coming down the line. If this one passes or gets by the catcher, he's going to try to get in there. Roberto Moore is the catcher, and so far he's been able to pretty much block up home plate. And asking for a timeout is going to be Narin, Tyler. Tyler Narin also started the game against Columbus Isle. And here he is now playing and on the infield.
Fouled off.
Staying alive. That's the song. Staying alive. And that's exactly what he's trying to do here. In the championship series, keep in mind that sitting over there at third base is Frankie Moore, who is looking for a little ticket home here. He had a base hit to left field to start it all off. 2 outs here, top of the second.
That one is
That's
low.
way down there.
But I didn't know. I didn't know what the call would have been.
Way down there. I tell you, 3 is the count here. 3-2. So this is a pretty good one here for Tyler Narin. On the rubber. That's going to be down, and so he's going to get a walk. The Eleuthera bullpen, they're over there celebrating. Now we bring up Mr. Rakenley Preenis.
That's
And-
Kinsey's
yeah.
first walk of the game.
There you go. Henry Kenley getting in the box. Runner goes. Okay. Henry Kenley wearing his shoes the old-fashioned way. Just hook the heel, pull the pants down, look like a pro. Now let's see if he
This
can
is what I
hit
have
like
not
one.
seen throughout this tournament.
That's it. He's the first one we've seen to do that. Everybody else, that's going to be a strike. Everybody else have gone to the short look.
Short.
Yeah, the
High
knee
socks
high,
and
the knee high
short.
look. Yeah, and also some half pretty good shoes. Let's see what he does here. Here's a delivery. That's another one. Strike 2.
But you see a lot of personality in each player that comes out here to play. They show their personality on their jerseys, on their shoes, and in their batting stands. And also,
And struck him out. The ball gets away. Throw to first base, and they got him. 3 outs. Base hit there to left field, but nothing happening. Frankie Moore had a good stick, but again, you had a fly ball to right field by Bastian. Sean Rowe got struck out. Tyler Narin got a walk, and just a minute ago, Rakenley got his ticket to the dugout. No run scored for neither team here in the top of the second. As you venture to the bottom of the second inning, you're going to have Tate Isaacs, who will come to play, who has been one of those ball players that we've been watching through the series, who has really pretty good discipline. Also, Andre Arthur, he will also come to the plate, and Sanchez Sands. So New Providence now are going to be looking to see whether or not they're going to be able to get something going here as we are here in the second inning. The third inning is when things really begin to heat up.
So we call that one the deciding factor. The teams that are usually leading by the third inning are the teams who come out on top victorious. But in this one so far, there's been no score, and so this still can go either way. And New Providence has been that team to beat, and so it's surprising to see that they haven't been able to get on the board as yet. And so kudos to Luther for the way they're playing, and the pitcher having a great game on the mound so far, able to do his thing. And so this one can go either way, and so we may end up going to that 8 o'clock game tonight.
Tell you, we're going to see how it works out. This will be 2 games back to back. One game at 6, and then the other one is at 8. And so that should be kind of interesting. See how it all works out for these guys here today. And the officials going to hold up a minute here. They need to go and get a little water to the third base coach.
I don't know what's happening above us, but sounds as though someone's having a lot of fun.
Yeah. The lights are now on here in the stadium. That should make sure that when the sun does disappear on us, we're going to be okay here later on, and so no problem. Your batter now for New Providence is Tate Isaacs. And he takes a ball.
Yeah, as you talked about Isaacs earlier, he is a batter that has been aggressive by the plate throughout this series, and so we'll see what he's able to do. And yesterday, he's now up in the lineup. Yesterday, Knowles bat 5th, and Isaacs was 3rd, and now he's the cleanup.
And he fouled it back. It goes 1 ball and 2 strikes. So he's now coming out and making his things happen. Someone's having some fun with the lights. Come on, guys. You can't turn the lights on and lights off of the batter sitting in the box. That's going to be outside. And the light goes off again.
And that was a curveball. And that's what I was mentioning earlier. I'm interested in seeing what this pitcher has in his repertoire. We've seen his fastball. He's been pretty consistent with that. And there's the curve.
That's a curveball, and got him.
Got him.
Threw the curveball, and the question was whether he could throw it back, and that's what he did. Isaac sat right there looking at it, and just didn't do much with it, and got struck out. Andre Arthur now comes in. He plays center field, and he's been the center fielder for New Providence, and he too has been moved up in the lineup. Normally he's way down there around batter number 7 or 8, and he lays down the bunt to throw to first base. No!
Bad throw.
And that goes out of center field, and Arthur is on his way to second base. So the error there. The error costly by Bastian. And the runner will move over to second base. Wow. Run out here, New Providence now with a runner in scoring position. And they're not going to hold him. Yep, they're going to hold him.
You don't want to make on a team like New Providence.
That's going to be a ball down and low. So far, that's our first error in the ball game. Committed by Bastian.
That one on the inside for a ball.
Looking to see if he can regroup here. He's got one out. Throwing that ball away took them out of the double play, but put New Providence in scoring position. That's a strike right down the chute. That one went down the Tornigdalen Highway. And no bend on that one, no curve. That's a straight run from roundabout to roundabout.
You're watching the runner on second. the hit down to the shortstop.
The shot, the look, the throw, and they'll tag him out.
Great heads up playing by Eleuthera Dominic Monroe, first base, to get off the bag and get the tag on first base to get the
out.
Get the out.
So we see that Sands goes out, and so still on second base is Arthur. They have to check and make sure Arthur didn't move and then the throw, which was a little bit disruptive, even though it came up the line. Doing a very good job, like you mentioned, was Dominic to secure the out. So we got 2 outs now, and now we go to the DH and Dalen Culmer.
What a nice
And that's a good pitch. Holy smokes.
I think that's a ball. He's hit a ball.
Yeah, it's a ball. What in
that
the world?
That was a nice pitch.
Okay, you make the call at home, folks. We're just calling it like we see it. Swing and a miss. The count now goes to 1-1. Wow. Settling in the box, Dalen Culmer. Ball down and still there in the front. Good block up there by Andre Gardner. Gardner looking for this one. Let's see what we get here. Let's see the pitch.
That one on the inside.
Yep. So 3-1 your count. So right now, Bastian is going to have to look at what he needs to do. Sitting in the on-deck circle is going to be Shaw's, and the ball is loose.
He will take the base, and the runner will advance to third.
And that's it. So that one got away from Gardner. So Culmer's going to jog down. So Forbes will now come to the plate. And he's playing right field. And he got a little nod from his family up there in the... This is an interesting scenario here. This is the young man that also pitched the other day. That has the
Deshaun Knowles.
Right, Deshaun Knowles, who has the short right hand. But doing his due. And he's out there playing right field.
An exceptional performer, a baseball player, inspiring to say the least.
There you go.
For the viewers at home.
Moving to second base is going to be Culmer. Runners now in scoring position here. And we have 2 outs. And let me tell you, I got a funny feeling this kid has got some pretty good eyes in regards to swinging the bat.
Wow. Great curveball there. The strikeout. Knowles.
And keep in mind, too, that Eleuthera just bailed himself out of a hot spot in order to get them. Here's that curveball. Oh, yeah. A little bit of bend right at the minute at the outside, and there you go. You've now completed 2 innings of play. We are scoreless here in the championship series. 0-0. New Providence, Eleuthera. If New Providence win, they get the goal. If New Providence lose and Eleuthera win, they play again.
Immediately after.
Get your potato chips. This is going to be a long night. We'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody, to the Bahamas Games Baseball Championship Series between New Providence and Eleuthera. We are scoreless here in the top of the third inning, and Mr. Delva is your batter. He's playing right field, and he's got one ball on him. And that one's a strike, so the count now goes to 1-1. Chan McKenzie is doing the pitching for New Providence, and behind the plate is Roberto Lamar, who is doing a pretty good job behind there in terms of holding everything at bay. There's the pitch.
McKenzie striking out 4 batters so far, walking 1, as we're now at the top of the third inning. So he's having a great day on the mound, getting the 1, 2, 3 innings.
That one's going to be outside. So 2 balls and a strike.
Both sides have been getting a 1, 2, 3 innings.
2-2, the umpire says. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That one's down on the inside. The count now goes full. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Mr. Delva. Mr. Divilas Delva.
That is a great
Struck him out.
fastball.
He threw a dart in there just now. Mr. McKenzie did. And so Mr. Delva has gone back to the dugout. We now go back to the top of the line here in the top of the third. And this is Mr. Joel Miller that'll come to the plate. He flied out to, popped up into the air also over there to the third base side, the first base side. Let's see what he does here. It's his second appearance at the plate. That one's outside.
Held the bat closely on that one. He looked like he wanted to go,
but held it. Here's the delivery.
There's the cool breeze.
By McKenzie.
And the pop fly.
Again to the right side. The catcher has a beat on it. And yes, he's out.
Roberto Lamar making the catch to get the second out here in the top of the third inning.
I think Miller was in between whether he should swing or not. He just threw the bat out there and throwing that fastball. The ball just popped up into the air, and a very, very good effort there by Roberto to go and get it. We now move over to Andre Gardner, who is doing the catching. He struck out his first time at bat. And needs here to see if he's able to make something happen.
Good
swing
on
and a
the
miss.
inside for a swing and a miss.
He was way ahead of that one. Way ahead of that fastball. Straight fastball, and that didn't have any kind of movement on it at all. 1 strike. And that one right there as well. This kid McKenzie is all business. He's not playing around at all. It's a fresh arm for New Providence, and he's come to show what he could do. 2 strikes, 2 pitches, 2 strikes.
And struck him out. A miss. Strikeout. Gardner.
That's his second strikeout.
As I mentioned,
striking out the second time.
McKenzie is having a great day on the mound. That is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikeouts for him. I think he's only given up 1 hit so far in the top of the third as we head to the bottom of the third. And Eleuthera will now, New Providence will
now come back and see what they are able to do. And they will actually start off with Mr. Charlton, who's playing second base, see what he does, and go to the top of the line. And then we'll have the catcher, Roberto Lamar, and then also Devin Monroe and Austin Knowles will then follow in that order. So New Providence is not drawing at first blood. Neither has Eleuthera. We are still scoreless here in the bottom of the second inning. This is a beautiful facility. There's Eleuthera as these guys are getting sorted out. There is Gardner, who is now trying to get dressed and get out here so he can do some catching and get his pitcher loose. What they should be doing is having somebody out there and helping Bastien get loose so that he's able to throw But it looks as if, all right, he's ready. He's out there, so he'll be in place. Also on the upside of this thing, this is where the game begins to become interesting. You're now midway in the championship series. This is the third inning. And so you just want to see some things happen. And how do you make it happen? Well, it's based on whatever the bats can do. But we've seen so far some pretty good pitching here from Mr. Norman Bastian. So he's also doing a pretty good job in keeping New Providence at bay. He also striking out so far. He's got 4 Ks, but that era, and again, he's had a couple walks. So he's also been hit hard a couple of times. So he needs to be pretty careful in terms of what he does, in terms of what's out there, in terms of how he's able to manage what's inside as far as the plate is concerned with him. But we'll see.
Taking note of what he's been able to do so far, like you mentioned, 4 Ks, I think it's difficult for New Providence to read his pitches. He comes at you hard and fast with the fastball, and then he catches you off guard with that curve. And we've not seen much of his curveballs now at the bottom of the third inning. And so I think they go up there expecting the fastball, and they get the fastball, but because it's that 2 seam, it has a little zip on it. And then when you get to that 2 count and he throws that curve on you, it's difficult. It's difficult to hit, and so
that
he's an unpredictable.
Make you jump out your shoes.
He's an unpredictable pitcher.
Boy, I tell you. Now let's see what Mr. Charlton, Mr. Fenron Charlton has to bring to the plate. He is playing second base. Goes after the bunt. That one popped out of the glove. Good pitch on the outside there. Get back in there. He just showed the bunt. Pulled it back.
That one lifted to the center, and the center fielder making a play on it. He catches it.
That's it.
That's 1 out. Andre Gardner out there making the catch on the pop fly from Charlton.
Yeah, but interesting enough, you know, it was kind of funny right there in terms of how they were able to make some things happen. You can see that Fenton wasn't too sure what he wanted to do, but here's a kid who I know who wants to make some things happen. He had a fly ball to left field, and that's Roberto Lamore.
A drive to left field.
Yeah.
Thought that one was almost out of here, so he's not one of those pitchers, those batters that you can take lightly. 18 years old, small in size, but he packs a power behind his swing.
Yeah, one of those players. Talking to Jeff earlier, he likes this kid. This kid has got a lot of talent, and we've seen it throughout the games that we've been able to watch him play.
That one is high.
Looking over at Jeff. Jeff has given him the sign.
That one on the outside.
3 balls.
Still anyone game at this point, as we remain scoreless. Both pitching clubs has been doing a great job so far.
Bastian will walk him.
Many runs.
So Bastian walks him with 1 out here in the bottom.
I think it's going to come down to who can make the least amount of mistakes.
That's it. And Mr. Monroe, Devin, comes to the plate. He struck out his first time. He needs to see if he can find something to connect with. And trying to keep the runner and keep him honest. That's what it is. But Roberto now taking a pretty good lead over there at first base. He's gone.
And he's gone. The throw.
Not in time. The ball is loose.
He's going to take 2 bases. Great heads up running by Roberto. And he will get in there safe. You know, and that's the risk you take about throwing the ball over to second base, especially if it's not a good throw. You run the risk of the runner advancing 2 bases instead of 1.
Now you have in scoring position is Roberto Lamore, and now Mr. Monroe in the batter's box on a pass ball. You know very well that Roberto is going to be flying to get home. And so right now, it's going to be imperative that the catcher for Eleuthera, Andre Gardner, block up that plate.
Inside pitch called a strike.
There you go. Throw that curveball. It said it broke back over the plate. Here's the pitch. Just missed. Just missed on the inside. So it goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Check the runner at third. The delivery. That's a foul ball.
Fouled off the catcher's helmet.
The umpire is going to walk over to the pitcher. And I think he's a little concerned about his making contact with the mound.
And that's one thing we have seen consistently throughout this tournament. The umpires having words with the players, giving them a little education on the way things should properly be done. And so aside from it being a tournament play for these guys, an experience, they're also learning as well.
Bastian on the rubber. And they'll get him at first base. Jeff Francis held him. Tell him, hold on, nothing happening there. So 2 outs. Didn't want to have to send Lamore and send him into trouble as they're able to get the out at first base. That now brings up Austin Knowles, who struck out his first time. The last of the Knowles, the Mohicans. The last of the family clan.
Absolutely. Let's see what little.
Going to be a lot of conversation after this thing is finished.
Oh, we did have a conversation yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to be a conversation. I know last night when all you guys together, it was not going to be a quiet evening. I know it's going to be it was a pretty long one as well. All the brothers together having themselves a conversation about the game and the tournament so far. That's in the dirt.
Good block up
2
by
balls.
Andre Gardner behind there for Eleuthera.
Because if that scooted by,
that was the score.
You could know very well that young Mr. Roberto Lamore was on his way home.
Also, we've seen throughout this tournament that in this 3rd inning is where the pitchers kind of lose their. That's a hit.
To the right side.
The right side. The right fielder is on it. And he drops the ball. And the run will score. Roberto Lamore gets home.
And the error. The error out there in right field.
And we talked about it, Ricardo. Those are the mistakes you don't want to make, especially halfway through this game, because you pay for that in the long run.
Mr. Delva out there had it and dropped it, and now Mr. Knowles is at second base, and it's a 1-0 ball game. Still 2 outs. Now we have at the plate Tate Isaacs, and Tate Isaacs hits it in the air to center field. Center fielder underneath it, and he puts it away. But the damage is done as New Providence scores a run, and they do so off the error out there in right field by Mr. Delva. They leave 1 on base. So it's a 1-0 game after 3 innings of play. New Providence up in the championship series here at the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium. We got a break coming. When we come back, Eleuthera will come to the plate. They will have to bring Dominic Monroe, Frankie Moore, and also Mr. Bastian, your pitcher. 1, 2, 3 in that order. Let's see if Chan McKenzie can hold them. We'll be right back to the ballpark in just a minute. And welcome back, everybody, to the Andre Rogers Baseball Stadium. And we are into the fourth inning. And right now it's a 1-0 game, New Providence. And your batter in the box, and that's going to be Dominic Moore, who's going to see if he can get something going here for Eleuthera. I tell you, that was an interesting outing there for New Providence to close out the third. They score a run. It's now a 1-0 ball game here in the top of the fourth. Let's see what happened here to Dominic. Struck out his first time. Went to try to bunt just now. And that one's going to be fouled down the first base side here at the ballpark. Got a nice little crew that's come out tonight to actually watch the championship series. For those of you tuning in, New Providence and Eleuthera are playing for the gold medal. If New Providence win, they get the gold. If they lose, then they'll play again for the gold medal. So we'll see what happens here. But they are up 2-0. And this one's going to be hit right to the second baseman. Here's the throw, and they got him.
Great job by the second baseman of New Providence. That is Fenon Charlton, able to stay with it and make the play over to first base.
Blocked it and really did a good job. Here's a view right at him. Almost had it. Stayed with it. Stayed on the knee. Got the throw and got the out. Umpire called him out there. Now you have coming to the plate Frankie Moore, who had a base hit to left field in his last appearance. Frankie swung at that. That's going to be strike one. Mr. Chan McKenzie still doing the pitching here for New Providence. One of the fresher arms that they have here, and that came out of the bullpen for this one. 1-0 New Providence.
That one fouled off to the right side. It's going to be out of play.
Yep, that one's in the parking lot. Oh, boy. Yep, it bounced off that cart over there, so nobody windshield is in jeopardy. If you parked over there on the south side of the stadium, you're okay. So he's got 2 strikes on him. There's a very good look there at the pitcher, Mr. McKenzie. He has gotten his sign, likes what he wants. And let's see what he throws. That one is down. Fastball that went down. And you can see right there and there, Roberto's like, wait, hold on, buddy. I didn't ask you for that. What are you doing? You're trying to bruise me up, man.
Saying, okay, now let's get this thing together. They're going to have a chat. It's like, okay, let's try this again. He had backs behind home plate.
That's it. The little guy, hurry up and went over there. Listen, I'm asking you for you to give me something. That's what I'm setting up for. Not that dart you threw just now. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Moore hit it down the right side. And that's going to be a foul ball. The second baseman goes and retrieve it.
He was a little late on that swing, but if he can get that bat around in time, he can do some damage with the swing.
But I want you to notice that they are working the outside plate with him, because that rope that he had to left field in the second inning. That's why they're staying outside. So Roberto is moving outside, and they want to stay out there, see if he can push it to the right side. And that's another one that goes off to the right side. So they're staying away. They're not going to allow him to come inside. 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. On the on-deck circle is Norman Bastian. There's a good look. The sign.
And got him swinging. Strikeout.